we have the data protection bill, which is being drafted, and then we are talking about cyber security issues and everything. So part of what we will do with is to be having conversations around it. How can we come up with a way forward? How do we working together to make sure that we have very sustainable digital after the 2 days, we'll have the communique and then we will first so we want to thank we also have context one and then the global I but it can Madam I don't know like but I also work on everything especially this year. We are here today because of all the
relating to digital sustainability. Actually, it's part of our mandate, being an accelerator lab to articulate or sort of elevate anything to do with innovation or being part of it. And we have been working with a lot of projects in terms of how to better bring in digital sustainability in the Gambia, especially in the vulnerable areas within the 5 regions in the Gambia. So when the COVID just tried, we had to come up with a rapid financing facility to ensure that we can tap into the vulnerable areas and try to find or bring in solutions. And part of that is digital solution. And we have had clusters that are just for that. We've worked with digital literacy. We've worked with the last mile, connecting the last mile, which is more on digital inclusion. We feel that UND, the mandate of the UNDP is that no one is left behind. And we have had also projects on, for example, the Lumo, which was launched during the COVID-19 to help with women in the Lumo areas. As we all know, the COVID just changed the dynamics of how we interact, how we just interact basically. Was more how do we try to be solutions for more? And the Lumo was launched to help women at the Lumo to actually upload their products online and do e-marketing, sell products, and also get also buy products online. So you can see the portals use order processing some of these products that are coming from the farms that are being sold by the local in this Lumo, where the idea of wage. Apart from that, we had also the decrease. These I'm just bringing these examples because these are some of the project or the initiatives that we will work with on the Accelerator Lab to ensure there is digital sustainability, also solution to some of the issues within. We have to come up to mitigate the issues that and the GQ is also, as we know, there was secondary school, high school, the kids couldn't go to school. So I mean, as a solution to have access to their examining when they have to stay at home and do most of their studies. So from that, we've launched a lot of applications, and we had other organizations apply for these packages to help in doing a lot on digital literacy. So you might have digital solutions, but if knowledge to actually use the digital tools that we have, then we are still lacking behind. We still have so what we've done a lot. That takes us back to inclusion and connectivity. No one is left behind. So what we might have the tools, we might have the tool and all that, but how to get one that makes us all communicate and reach the last mile or everyone to be on board. And then that comes which will
It's back up?
Yeah.
Sorry for that. I'll just, because we were offline for some time for the benefit of our online audience, I'll just allow Adam Jallo from the UNDP Accelerator Lab just to give a summary of what she said, please, for the benefit of our online audience. We have to be inclusive in this our Internet Governance Forum process. Thank you.
Thank you, Pans. I guess I will have to retract that. But yes, what I was saying is, for us coming from the UNDP Gambia Accelerator Lab, it is one of our mandates to actually support digital sustainability in the Gambia as a way forward and as a mitigation strategy to help with some of the issues that comes with dealing with COVID-19. So, like I said prior, we work towards having inclusion. No one is left behind, and everybody is digitally included. Also, everybody is digitally literate, notwithstanding where you're coming from. Vulnerable areas are targeted, and just in general, everyone is digitally included and has access to the tools, to the internet, and to ensure that transactions are not cut off because people do not have access to internet or people do not have the literacy on digitally literate to work with the tools that are available, and also to ensure that at the end of the day, we are also part of the global strength when it comes to technology. Over to you, Pons.
Thank you very much, Adam Ajalo. We now have Amadou Eba, President of the Cybersecurity Alliance of the Gambia. Everything they do revolves around data, safeguarding people's data. Within the COVID and post-COVID, that's what the Gambian Cybersecurity Alliance have been doing. If you check, you follow their work online, they are one organization that have really done a lot in giving awareness on how to protect your data online and using various innovative means to do that. I think it is very important that he's contributing to this discussion. And so over to you, Mr. Amadou.
Thank you.
Thank you, boss. Okay, thank you. So first, I would like to say a very big thank you to the steering committee for organizing this year's IGF, which is an annual event for us to meet and discuss issues relating to the internet ecosystem. For us at the Gambia Cybersecurity Alliance, we have been doing a lot of cybersecurity awareness activities relating to information security, data protection and privacy, internet neutrality, internet governance, cyber espionage, fraud, just to name a few. Digital sustainability cannot be achieved if we don't have the right security in place. That is having the perfect cybersecurity in place. Yes, you'll agree with me, if systems are built and deployed, the concern for most of the end users recently is relating to protection and security.
because when a platform is launched and I am supplying my information or my personal information on this platform, what are some of the assurance that the information that I'm providing on this platform are safe and secure? So for us, this is where we come to play. We advocate for policy change. We advocate to make sure we have the right policies and the right procedures in place in terms of governance to make sure citizens' data is protected at all costs. And also not only protecting citizens' data, but also protecting the privacy of the citizens, which is very, very important. And if you look at the mechanisms of governance, all these things are interconnected. When I say all these things are interconnected, meaning most of the things that has to do with digital economy, basically you will notice that in the Gambia, all the ministries are going digital. The Ministry of Information and Digital Economy is also working on what we call e-governance. And within this e-governance, basically from my understanding, the objective is to make sure all the government ministries are connected to one bigger network. And the moment that happens, the challenge comes, because it means the scope of protecting those data or protecting the personal information of staff and citizens will become a challenge, because the scope will be widening, meaning it goes beyond the Ministry of Information and Ministry of Communication and Digital Economy. It goes beyond the Ministry of Information. It goes beyond the Ministry of Fisheries. So how do we harmonize to make sure all these things are properly secured? That becomes a concern for the Gambia Cybersecurity Alliance. Most instances in the Gambia, we deploy systems, but we don't focus on the security part, which is very, very important. And digital economy or digital sustainability cannot be achieved if we don't have the right processes and right measures in place in order to protect that infrastructure. So the Gambia Cybersecurity Alliance, annually, we usually celebrate what we call the Data Protection and Privacy Day, which we celebrate every year. And since we started this, part of our campaign is to make sure the Gambia gets what we call a data protection and a privacy law, which we have to upload the efforts of the Ministry of Communication and Digital Economy. That now there is a draft, there is a bill that is available for data protection and privacy. And we don't only stop there at data protection and privacy. We also scrutinize ministries and government institutions and agencies, how they handle issues that has to do with the growth of digitizing our infrastructures in the Gambia. Some of you will agree with me, the Gambia Cybersecurity Alliance was among the organizations that were showing their frustration and disappointment when our national water and electricity company, NAWEC, decided to write a press release to say the gas power system will go down for, I think, 4 days because they are doing a migration. So for us, from a security perspective, that's not an excuse. We all know in information security and also in cybersecurity, we have what we call parallel migration. You cannot put a system down because you are migrating it to another system. Those are things that are unacceptable, because for us, from the cybersecurity perspective, we feel that citizens' rights are being taken away from them. I remember some people did not prepare for it. You will agree with me, the Gambia, we live from hand to mouth. You go to the market, you make your sales, you come, you buy $50 in cash power and put it in your meter. So if the provider is telling you you need to prepare for the next 3-4 days, the service will go down. The next 3-4 days, it means this guy need to make sure he get at least a $200 or a $400 in order to buy that and put it into his cash power. So these are some of the things that we campaign for, and we see it as something that is really unacceptable. Coming to the security sector, the Gambia Cybersecurity Alliance is really concerned with the rapid growth of technological deployment in the sister forces, that is the security force. You will agree with me, the Gambia Police Force has what we call the WAPIS project, the West Africa Police Information System. And Gambia is among the countries that is being piloted. And the WAPIS is a very, very good system because it helps the police in terms of tracking crimes. If a crime occurs in Jarasoma, when you report it to the station, it will be logged into this database platform, and it will all be hosted on a server that is within the Gambia, not even outside the Gambia. So because that migration is happening, that rapid transformation in terms of digital information systems is taking place, we are concerned that the efforts that we have been playing in terms of supporting the Gambia Police Force in building their capacity in terms of cybersecurity, we really believe we need to strengthen that. This is why last week, 2 weeks ago, we had an engagement with the Gambia Police Force to strengthen that partnership, because we supported the Gambia Police Force to set up the first ever cybercrime unit for the Gambia Police Force. We did the first 2 phases of the training, and I'm happy to report that most of the personnel in that unit are the ones that are handling all cybercrime cases for the Gambia Police Force. But no matter what happens, even if a crime is committed, the criminal also have some rights when they come in terms of privacy. So the information that is being collected from the criminal need to be safely kept and secured, still within digital economy. Those of you who are following us, you notice that we also paid a courtesy call to the Chief of Defense Staff, that is the CDS at the Ministry of Defense. The armed forces is the first line of defense for the Gambia when you come in terms of physical security. That is the perspective that we are looking at. But I can tell you, the armed forces can also be the first line of defense when you come in terms of cybersecurity in every nation. We've seen the countries like US where they have the cyber command. Even our neighbors, Senegal, I was in Dakar 2 months ago on the security summit. They have the Senegalese cyber command. And this command comprises of all the sister forces. They created a special unit that monitors the Senegalese cyberspace. Now, coming to the Gambia, we have also expressed our concern with regard to protecting the digital space in the Gambia, which is very, very important. I believe some people will be surprised. Our country, looking at the way we are, we don't even have a radar. We call ourselves a serious country. So it means if any aircraft is to enter into Gambia's airspace, we can tell, because we don't have the digital equipment that is going to detect aircrafts in our airspace. So Senegal has to provide us a cover in that aspect, meaning any aircraft that pass through the Gambia's airspace, those of you who understand aviation, you will agree with me. If you pass through any country's airspace, you pay a certain amount of money to that country. So for us, Senegal has to provide us with the statistics to the Gambia Civil Aviation Authority to say, that Banjul, yes, this month, these are the number of flights that has passed through your airspace. These are things that are unacceptable. From a security point of view, we've seen some of these things as huge security vulnerabilities that no country should operate without. And we express our concern to the Chief of Defense Staff when you come in terms of also having military radars. If the Gambia Civil Aviation Authority did not have a radar to protect our digital space, that should not stop the military from having the defense radar to detect equipments, flights, things that comes to our airspace. And honestly, we have a very, very proactive CDS, and already they have, from their level, they have also started engagements with other partners to see how best some of these things can be put in place. So all the things that we will be discussing for the next 2 days, basically, it's not only to come and focus on the good things, but also to look at some of the areas that we believe we need to improve on when you come in terms of digital security. And how do we harmonize the various platforms that governments are initiating? In the Gambia, it is sad, every ministry is operating in silos. Every ministry is operating on their own. You go to a particular ministry, they have their own database, they have their own, whatsoever. You go to another ministry,
they have their own, whatsoever. You go to another ministry, the same thing. Departments, the same thing. So things are not harmonized. And honestly, we cannot achieve digital sustainability. We cannot achieve digital growth if we don't embrace technology and review the usage of it. And I'm embracing technology to technology in order to help us in terms of economic growth. Security is paramount. We can't just go without security. We have seen the cases of the passport. The passport is initiated and made by a separate company called ZETIS, and the ID card and the driver's license is made by a separate company called Simlex. So, in essence, it is very, very difficult for you to integrate these two systems because they don't come from the same mom and dad. ZETIS is, I think, an African company, something like that, originated from Angola. I'm not very sure. Let nobody quote me. I'm not very sure. So Simlex is a European company. We all know. So how do the government make sure these things are harmonized? And harmonizing these things will help us in terms of digital economy, growth, protection, border security, border surveillance, citizenry protection. It is very, very important. It is sad sometimes cases will happen within the police. For you to get, you could come and collect a specimen of maybe breaking happen, somebody breaking door, you come, you collect a specimen, fingerprints and all these things. But you don't have a platform where you need to cross-reference these specimens that are collected in order to hit a match for those fingerprints. So these are some of the things that we really need to look at as a country. We really need to focus on as a country. Those days are gone where we come to workshops or seminars, we sit down, we talk, we go, and it stops there. Our boss Pons will agree with me. You look at countries like Mauritius,
GDP in terms of digital
very
economy
small
is way
country.
too bigger than Gambia.
Their GDP in terms of digital economy is way
Whether
too
you
bigger than
agree or you
Gambia.
don't agree,
And in the Gambia, whether you agree or you don't agree,
is coming from
majority of our GDP is coming from the ICT sector.
The GSM companies paying.
How much money is the GSM companies paying as spectrum or licensing fees? $50 million every GSM. We have 4 GSM companies. That is $100 million. That is a $200 million every year. ISPs did not come in terms of paying the spectrums and the licensing fees and all these things. ICT companies did not come. So we play a bigger role in terms of digital economy in the Gambia. But it's only when we take security very, very seriously and focus on developing these sectors to make sure that we achieve our aims and objectives. For us at the Gambia Cybersecurity Alliance, this is our vision. Our vision is to see a Gambia that is free from cybercrime. Our vision is to see a Gambia that is free from espionage. Our vision is to see a country that will not be a safe haven for cyber criminals. Right now, our country is a safe haven for criminals, thieves. They leave other countries, they come, they settle here, they thief, they go and steal, millions of dollars, and they go through the border. We don't want that to happen when you come in terms of cyberspace. We at the Gambia Cybersecurity, we have a platform where we call it the
They can't see you.
Oh, okay. Please just apologize when power went out.
Yeah.
I feel like that.
Okay. Mic check. Yeah, not yet. Yeah, it's not coming. Yeah. Yeah, maybe you need to. Mic check. Is yours working? Okay, so the guys online, are they hearing? Yeah, I can use my voice if they're hearing. Or maybe we give time to the mic. So basically, we have what we call the incident reporting platform where you can go to our website, report an victim of cybercrime or fraud or scam or whatsoever. So basically, this is how we used to assist people when you come in terms of cybersecurity and cybercrime. And we have been conducting series of activities, in the area of awareness and trainings, to talk to people about online safety. Recently, we also launched another campaign that is fighting hate speech in the Gambia. You will agree with me, hate speech is becoming a serious concern on social media platforms in the Gambia. From the continental level at the Africa Cybersecurity Alliance, we engage partners like the African Union, you understand, we have the NEPAD for the French speaking countries. So we engage these bodies to see how best we can have a kind of a GDPR for Africa. That is like the European Union. They have the General Data Protection Regulation. How do we have a kind of a GDPR for Africa? And also, not only that, part of our concern also is to question the role of the African Union Cybersecurity Experts Group. What is their role? What is their function in terms of digital security and digital economy for Africa? What are their functions? And you will be surprised, the African Union must admit, yes, the African Union Cybersecurity Expert Group is there, but it's not a very, very strong, group that is operational. So when we're looking at digital economy and digital sustainability, these are all the things that we really need to look at. Let's not only focus on developing solutions, we focus on how do we make sure we protect these solutions and make sure the solutions, the level of security that is needed for those solutions are provided. Because we're going online, and nowadays everything that we do is connected to the internet. Because it's connected to the internet, it means we have to also take security very, very seriously to make sure that our personal information and our whatsoever information that we are putting on the cyberspace is protected. Thank you very much. And back to you, Paul.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Something I know I like of him is very
Amadou, you'll hear from him. One thing I know I like about him is very passionate when he talks about data in relation to cybersecurity, and you see how we linked everything together, the importance of data. And when we are talking about digital sustainability and data in
you know that a lot of people putting a lot of context on how different ministries are working in silos, and he gave a good example of, you look at our passports, you look at our driving license, our ID cards, they are all within run by various partners. But it's something I think we should
all think about and look more. But we have someone from the National Youth Council here. They represent youths around the country, and I would like us to hear their voice, how they think of data and data innovation. The young gentleman, can someone pass the mic to him from the National Youth Council? Where are you? You're at the back there, right? Yeah. And introduce yourself, please.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Kutubo Khan from the National Youth Council. Yes, it's very important today to come and share some knowledge based on data protections, and also to learn things that we also don't know, and maybe to improve also ourselves in data protection and other areas based on data protection as well, because it's a key in an institute. So I will definitely would like to learn more so that when I go, we can also improve ourselves to the areas that are lacked with this saver or data based on data protection. Yes, thank you very much. I don't want to go further because there is a lot to learn from the gentlemen here. So thank you very much. Till before the end of the forum. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. I think we lost our online audience. I don't know where our technical team. Today, I mean, this conference center has not done us well with for our online audience. So I think I'll just, if you have questions, if you have contributions, please do. I would like to hear from young people here. Please do ask questions. Ismaila, please, can you help me pass the mic?
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. And I say thank you to the organizers of this program. Maybe I'm violating your rule because you said you wanted to hear from young people. So I think you also permit those that are not so young to make their contribution.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. The question I want to ask is this. I found the presentation of sorry, I think Madam Ba that made her presentation very interesting. I found it because your presentation was a kind of enlightening to me. The reason is that you mentioned certain things that I wasn't aware of. So you talked of the involvement of women, and as a gender person, that's of great interest to me, that women are being empowered to participate digitally. But the question that came to me when you were making your presentation is, was there a prior training? Was there any prior training? Now that you said you've made, you've placed routers in some marketplaces so that women can participate digitally. I'm interested in asking whether there was any prior training to enable these women. You know, we know that most of the women in the market, you know, are largely non-literate, you know. So was there any training? That's the question that was coming to me. Thank you.
Thank you. The name is Adam Majalo. I think yeah, I didn't do that introduction well, but it's Adam Majalo. And thank you for that question. Just to make few clarifications with regards to the internet, which is the community internet and the last mile connectivity, we are in the process of implementation. We are working to get it ongoing and onboarded, but it's not yet in place. But these are the initiatives that the UNDP Accelerator Lab has. So just to clarify that it's not in the markets, yes. And we are targeting the rural areas as of now, and the 36 vulnerable areas within the 5 regions.
Going back to the other question, that is trainings, and we've launched quite a couple of digital literacy training. Going back to the MyLumo project that I've mentioned earlier, yes, the Lumos that were targeted after launching the app, we had women trained on how to use the app after the launching. So they are very much on board with how to use the app and where to download it. And if you have products that you want to upload online for advertisement, digital advertisement, and so on and so forth have been in place. Yes. I hope that clarifies it. If you need further clarification, just let me know. I'll further give it out. Thank you.
Okay, is there any question online? Please, online audience, if you have any questions. Does anyone online have any question?
Yes, I have. I want to ask a quick question. Thank you very much. I want to take this opportunity to thank the organizers for...
Please, can you introduce yourself?
Yeah,
please?
My name is Dauda Bayo. I am representing the network of agricultural communicators, but an editor of an online media, Bio Network. So I'm thanking the organizers of this valuable workshop that is taking place now. I have a question for Mr. Jallo down there concerning data security. Mr. Ba, yes, yeah, Mr. Ba. So what are some of the vulnerabilities that the Gambia as a nation can have once we are banking on Senegal in terms of internet? If despite we have the AC cables here, but still banking on Senegal as an internet backup. And the other thing is when you look at the ministries, you realize that still the data protection is weakened. If somebody who have a knowledge in hacking can get into a ministry, just work on his device, and the next minute he can even know the passwords and even change everything. And they can even make the entire institution to stand still because they cannot able to move their equipment. So what effort is your organization or this organization is doing so that line ministries, government departments, and even the parastatals can strengthen their data protection? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think that's an important question. Yes, so coming to, boss, do we have Mr. Jabi in any of the panel this year? Okay, okay. So coming to the issue of us relying on Senegal for internet, just to put this into context, we're not relying on Senegal for internet 100%. We have the ACE. The ACE goes through Lisbon, that is Portugal. It means from Gambia we land to Portugal directly. So we only go through Senegal when the ACE is faulty. Do you understand? So we go to Senegal as a backup. You understand? But in that process, I think this question should go to ACE cable. The question comes that I always keep asking. We are going through Senegal. Are we going through lead fiber or dark fiber? This is the question that we should ask, which is very, very important. For me, I don't have answers to that question, whether we're going through lead fiber or we're going through dark fiber. Because if you're going through dark fiber, the corresponding country cannot read anything, and everything is encrypted. Do you understand? If you're going through lead fiber, there is high tendency that the corresponding country can read every pocket that fly through that cable. So that is something that I think everybody should keep asking. We should keep asking that question. I keep asking that question. Still, we don't have answers to that. Yes, sometimes there are certain things that people will tell you, these are issues of national security. Issues of national security, but as Gambians, we need to know if we are routing through Senegal. Are we routing through lead fiber or dark fiber? Coming to the aviation, radars are very, very important when you come in terms of flight information.
They provide the position of the flight. They tell you the accuracy of the flight. They tell you the distance between the country and the landing area. And in aviation, they have what we call trunking of communications. That is how, flights, pilots transition from country A to country B to country C to country D up to the country that they are going to land. So aviation is just like cybersecurity. It's a collective responsibility. If you fly from Casablanca, Casablanca will escort you up to the time where their collinear communication stops, and they will hand you over to the next country. They will not just hand you over like that. They will make sure you establish communication through a secondary comm with the other country before they will hand you over. So Senegal, we get radar support from Senegal. This is since during Sadauda's time. It's not something new. It's since from the First Republic, and it's still happening. So when you come to landing, that is where the most important part comes. That is our international airport. There are equipments that support landing that we don't rely on Senegal. That is where the most dangerous part comes. But thank God that the airport has equipment, that handles that when you come in terms of landing. That entire data, everything comes to it. So how exposed is the Gambia in terms of data protection? I think GMC will be in a better position. The Gambia computer security and information security should be in a better position because they scan the Gambia airspace, cyberspace. They have a monthly report that they provide to central government to say these are the institutions that are vulnerable, that are also having some weaknesses in these social areas. So those are some of the, for us, what we can do is to advocate, make noise to make sure government hears what are some of the things that are happening in cyberspace.
Question, and I will hand over, after that intervention, I will hand over to Hadija Jawara for the next session. So Hadija, please get ready. Just take this last question.
Yes, Mr. President, I was asking, is our database secured that it won't be leaked? Like, is it secure that foreign countries or I can say foreign countries or anywhere outside the Gambia can have an access to our database generally?
You have to be specific about what database are you talking?
Meaning our like information leaking, leaked information.
Okay, so you government data. I think if I'm
perhaps like the government data, which is yes.
If I will help you rephrase that question, I will say let us look at it from the angle of our current data. Where is it being stored in terms of our ID card, in terms of our passports? Because all these are companies that
and confidential.
Confidential government data. So Amadou, you deal with all these things. So over question, you won't see my face for now. Hadija will be coming in after this question. Hadija, be prepared for your session.
Okay, so thank God GMC said the representative is here, Dauda. Maybe we'll give him the floor to delve on the first guy's question. Now, coming to our data, there has been series of concerns, especially from the Gambia Cybersecurity Alliance, that we have been asking this question. Can Simlex come and tell us where our data are stored? And we keep challenging the Gambia Immigration Department to say, Gambia Immigration Department, you need to tell Gambians where these data are. You see, I'll give you an example. You remember the ID card before Simlex, which comes from Gambis. Imagine that database, the government don't even know where it is. Those, our previous ID cards, the fiber one, the one we were using before the Simlex one, no one knows where the data is. No one can tell us where the data is. We've been asking about this data, this ID card data. No one knows. That is because we don't make governments, when they are signing contract, for me, I think there is always lack of consultation, expatriate consultation in these things, and also make someone held responsible during signing of contracts. So as we speak, our data is still with ZETIs when you come in terms of biometric passports. The normal passport is still in the hand of Immigration Department, that is under the government. But the biometric passport is still under ZETIs. They handle the data, you understand? And for Gambia Cybersecurity, we keep asking this question. Do government even do audit? We don't still have answers. We want to know who in the government conduct, quarterly audit to go to ZETIs and find out. We came to audit the data. Is the data available? Which servers are hosting these data? Show us proof. They go with experts. Experts should be there to verify these things, just to confirm that yes, the database is here and the servers are in the Gambia, our data are in the Gambia, and not only confirming, but also performing some level of vulnerability analysis to understand whether there are any backdoors that somebody might be out there, out of this country, that is stealing, or where the server is forwarding these informations to outside servers. We need to ask that question. There was a time I asked myself this question. I always say it. People always say, Gambia Immigration Department, they go to Europe to go and do verification of Gambians. I'll be like, but we need to understand. Do we go through the contract we have with Simlex? Simlex is a EU company. It's within the European Union. And within the European Union, they have what they call the General Data Protection Regulation. So for me, my feeling is, you think if EU requested some information about some Gambians in abroad that have passports in the Gambia and national ID cards, do you think Simlex will be in a position to say no? The European Union can use the GDPR against them. So this is something that keeps lingering in my head, and I can't still have answers. The Gambia Cybersecurity cannot still have answers for these things, because they are very, very important that somebody somewhere have to be responsible to provide answers to certain things. You even go to immigration, you have an interface with the public relation officer. You ask them about some of these things, they look at you as if you are speaking Japanese. So somebody have to be responsible. Thank you.
Yes. The first question before for James is that he's asking what was the question. That's going to be.
Yeah, I think he wants to know the status of vulnerability of the Gambia cyberspace in general. Yes.
Oh, okay. Good morning. Thank you for that question. I am Dauda Jata, GMSAT analyst. Probably for those of you who don't know, GMSAT is a new entity that was recently set up, and then it is by MOCDE with the help of ITU, and then it is being spearheaded by Pura. So it is under the Directorate of IT at Pura for now. So basically what it stands, GMSAT, what it stands for, it's a Gambia Computer Security and Incident Response Team. So basically what we do is we are mandated to look into the security aspect or security incidents that are happening. But for right now, we are very limited in with our scope, but as time goes on, we will expand. So just to come to answer your question, yes, there are many vulnerabilities in the Gambia cyberspace, just as in any country, okay? But at GMSAT, what we're doing right now, we do provide security advisories from the threat feed that we normally get daily. And then mostly what we're doing right now, we are focusing on our key constituents. Because right now, you have to limit your scope, and as time goes on, you expand. So right now, what we're doing right now, we're targeting the key institutions, like the banks, like the telecoms, and then key government entities. That's what we're doing right now, okay? So yes, there are many vulnerabilities when it comes to cyberspace in the Gambia, and that we are monitoring every day. and then we do send out security advisories and the measures that are necessary to make sure that they are addressed. I hope that answered the gentleman's question.
Do we have any more questions? No? Thank you, Amadou. Thank you, Adama, for that interesting discussions. Thank you. Okay, we now move on to subtheme 1, which is, and the topic for that is digital inclusion and access to information. For this session, we have from Article 19, Bintu Jete, but Bintu Jete is running late, so she'll be here very soon. For the representing the Gambia Bar Association, we
under the newly minted Ministry of Information. I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me here, and a privilege to be part of the panelists, and of course to discuss something as important as access to information and digital inclusion. To begin with, I think before I talk about the status of the AGI law or act, I think it's important that we remind ourselves as to the historical experience. We're coming from a very disturbing experience, if you like. Coming from an era where access to information was a difficulty, and it wasn't easy to access public information. So with the change of government and the understanding and the appreciation of information, we were able to have this Information Act, which was enacted and sent to, I think, last year in August, 2015 August precisely. Since the coming into being of the Act, the ministry, formerly Ministry of Information and Communication Technology, Ministry of Information and Communication Infrastructure, have been working to make sure that the implementation mechanism is put in place. This was researched by our reorganized Ghana, because this was a novelty. Access to information access was a novelty, so we definitely needed to have experience from places that have already gotten the Act implementing it. So we decided to visit Ghana to see how they are implementing the Act, and so we were able to learn some vital information as to the way the law, they call it Right to Information Act, how the law is being implemented there, and how it is being tested there by the various stakeholders. They have issues, they're making progress, but it's actually not that big. So we came, and first thing we did was to draw a roadmap. It is a roadmap. That will guide us.
Thank you, Mariba. I now move on to Yami. Yami, you are. Do you have any concerns about this, whether the process is inclusive? Have you guys been contacted as a bar association on the implementation of the ATI Act? What do you have to say on that? Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I think before I go any further, I would just like to ask you, how many of you know that we have an Access to Information Act in the Gambia? Raise your hand. Don't be shy. So some people do, but we also have people that are out here that do not know that we have an Access to Information. And I think one thing that we can agree to as a country that we are very good in coming up or enacting legislation, but our issues have always been implementing this legislation and ensuring that the populace know these their rights are with respect to the various legislation we have in place. And the Access to Information Bill is fundamental in ensuring that we sustain our newfound democracy, because basically it gives rights to individuals to be able to ask their public authorities and elected officials what they have done and to get information, which is a right. Which I'm glad that Madiba has mentioned all the legislations and conventions that are applicable in this instance. As a Gambia Bar Association, unfortunately, we've not been involved. I think after the bill, we worked on the draft bill and it was sent to Parliament. We have not really had any engagement. But we also have a concern with respect to the fact that information is not really being shared, not only with stakeholders, but also with the citizenry at large. Because there's no point in having an Access to Information Act in our offices and it gathers stuff. As once the people out there do not make use of it, then there's no point having the bill or the law in place. And there's also this misconception that the Access to Information Act is just for journalists. No, it's for every single individual outside of the jurisdiction of the Gambia. Gives you the right to work in office and ask, hey,
oh, I see, this money that you're using to work on the roads, can we see how you spent it? That is what the access to information does. It gives power to the person out there. So I think I applaud the fact that you've gone to other countries to see how it's being worked on. And I also appreciate the fact that you guys, you say that you've worked on an implementation roadmap. I think it would be important for these things to be shared so that people know that currently this is what is going on, and that these are the steps that the ministry or the department is taking to ensure that we have a successful implementation of the bill. But also you do further engagements, you do communication, and education is not just for, awareness raising is not just for the people, but also people that work in the government office, because we know that in the bill is all these ministries have to appoint an information officer. All these ministries have to make sure, because there's a provision for proactive declaration. So that these ministries or these government offices also know that they have a responsibility of not just waiting for people to come and ask, but providing the information before people ask. So I think a lot more work needs to be done. I think we need to be more open in terms of consultation, but I would really applaud the strides that have been taken so far.
Madiba, Victor raised a lot of, they only raised a lot of concerns when it comes to the process not being very inclusive. And one thing I do know for a fact that was when the bill was drafted, until it reached Parliament, the process was very inclusive. I think this was the first time in the history of the Gambia government and the civil society working hand in hand to draft something, and which all of us are proud of. So, and now it's time to implement, and those who are key in drafting the bill are complaining that the process is not inclusive. So what can the ministry do to make sure that it's a bit more inclusive?
Okay, thank you. So maybe I needed to clarify this point. So the implementation process has not, COBA has not started. So what happened is, the state we're in, we set up a subcommittee within the ministry. So it was the subcommittee that was working on the roadmap. So part of the steps is to set up a committee. So the committee will include everybody, in the public sector, the civil society, because this is what we learned from Ghana. So when they had an implementation committee where you involve everybody. So the idea is to involve everybody. Once we are done with the roadmap, the process of preparing the roadmap was instructed by the change of the coupling of the two ministries. So we don't know where we are basically at the moment. But the idea is to include everybody in the implementation committee. So that's the process we're in. And I think Yam is right. We need to sensitize because there's so many misconceptions around the it was my experience, when it came newly, the media was basically for them. So it is important to know that this is for everyone. Including, for example, me, probably want to know about the Hakala group, to walk into the workspace or anywhere. We have a relevant institution and ask for vital information about it. Like that instance, those kinds of instances. So we are at the early stage basically, but sure that everybody will be involved once we start talking about how to go about the implementation process. So we thought to guide ourselves, it's important that we come up with a roadmap that will guide the whole process. So I think one of the first steps is to have the implementation committee, inclusive, multi-stakeholder implementation committee that will involve everybody. And then also we are trying to draw an implementation strategy, trying to involve maybe an implementation strategy that will help get us to full understanding of how work on implementation process. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madiba. We now welcome Bintu Jeta from Article 19 on this panel. And Bintu, mostly Article 19 speaks on the right of the ordinary person like me and here. So, and then we are in the process of implementing the ATI allowing. So what are some of what are some of the things when it comes to the protection of the rights of the persons in issues of access to information? And the ministry is about what are some of the measures we think they need to put in place so that we have a successful implementation of the act, and also to make sure that people's rights are guaranteed when it comes to access to information.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Khadija. Good afternoon, everyone. As Shiraki mentioned, I work with Article 19. I'm actually not late because I didn't need to. So yeah. But yes, back to the question that you just mentioned, and perhaps other panelists. So when we talk about inclusion, we are looking at an equitable access, an access that is equitable, in that every person or every individual should be able to have access. I'm not sure what synonym I would use in place of access, but we all know what access means. And so for information law, for instance, to a large extent, it has been very inclusive. And whenever we report on some of the achievements that the Gambia has actually registered over the past 5 years, the Access to Information Bill and the process by which it's enacted is actually a flagship process procedure that we always mention. Because flagship, why? Because it was civil society led. Like I met my fellow my colleagues on the table mentioning, it was to a large extent civil society led, and by this process it allowed civil society and other relevant stakeholders to have a say at the table. So the most common way that the Access to Information Bill and its enactment, the process, etc., is usually described is that civil society were a part of it from conception to enactment. And so in order for it to continue to be inclusive, there is the need to ensure that there is continuity in inclusion at every stage of its implementation. Now, from the ministry, we've heard that they're currently really, to me, inclusion would mean continuing to work with civil society and other actors as well as stakeholders in all these stages of implementation, right from where you make consultation in terms of what is to be considered in that implementation strategy, how we are to go about implementing those strategies, and what are the end factors, outcomes that we foresee in terms of implementing the ATI. Because at the end of the day, the ministry alone can't do the work. It has to be a collective responsibility. They, as a state, they are a stakeholder, and we as civil society are also a stakeholder. And in fact, in dissemination of information generally, access to information is such that sometimes they need information from us, just like we need information from them. And so, it's vice versa. So just like you said, one of the ways in which implementation can be done to ensure that people's rights are protected is to include them in the process itself, right from consultation. Let the voices of the people be heard. If you look at the TRRC, for instance, just an example, when the Victim Reparations Bill was being introduced, so there was a consultative meeting that was being held. And one of the key recommendations that actually came out from the victims themselves was that the model that was used for the access to information bill should be the same model that is to be used for the reparations bill. So this is to say that the process is already appreciated, and for people such as like victims to see that the process was so inclusive that they would also want a bill that actually provides for their right to be done in almost the same way. It speaks volumes. So really, the Gambia has done a great job in ensuring that everybody comes together and give their take and have a say in a bill that is very much important. So yeah, consultation is very key.
Thank you, Bintu. I will now open the floor for questions. If you have questions, you can just raise your hand. We have the mics now. Yep, gentleman over there. The mic is in front, so maybe you can come.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Yunusa Ba. I wanted to my question is actually directed to Mr. Madiba. I hope it's not Mandela, is it? Now the question is actually, I want to again thank you or thank those that were actually involved in the drafting of that, bill. But I have a feeling that sometimes we put the cart before the horse or whatever it is. Now, my question is actually, do we have the information that we are about to give access to? All right, what kind of information? I understand that the Ministry of Information is actually the custodian of this bill. But have you done any steps in terms of actually gathering potentially the information that people would actually be requiring access to? All right? Now, vis-a-vis, have you kind of digital, since we are talking about inclusive access, because we are not talking about, it's very important that this is, somebody mentioned that this is not for journalists, because, the myth out there is actually that this is actually access to information for journalists, all right? But definitely this goes far beyond journalists. But before you actually have access to something, you must have that something. Now I'm actually trying to find out what steps are you doing or have you already done to gather the potential information that people will actually be requiring access to. That's number one. Number two is, have you also identified, or has the bill identified, maybe that will also go to my distinguished lawyers here. Has the bill identified the kind of information that people can request access to? All right. Now, let me give you an example. I know, for instance, let's say, for instance, when during the elections, actually each of the candidates were required to deposit, some basic information regarding their assets, that they have. All right. Some ministers were actually required to give, record of their assets to the office of the ombudsman. Now, is this the type of information that people can have access to? I'm just thinking aloud, as to whether it is any information that people can have access to, all right, and what are the conditions they can have, access to this information. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions? From this side. Amadou, we have two hands here. Or do you guys want to answer that, then we come to the other question? Okay.
Thank you very much. My question goes to Madiba. Madiba, just as the previous speaker have just said, as journalists, do you factor where you go to a department or a ministry and then you are told that, no, this is a classified information, we cannot give this information? Or in future, whether you people will also capture an opposition leader walking down to a ministry or even government department trying to collect some information, that they will not be rejected, to say, no, if we give you this, we are going to use this against us or some things like that. Whether your people are factoring all those things regarding this access to information bill. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I am Maimuna Bajbande. My question goes to Madiba. I want to know what are some of the good mechanisms you put in place to see this access to information bill being implemented as soon as. Thank you.
Okay, now I'll allow the panelists to answer. We'll have Bintu Madiba and Yami.
Madiba. All right. The first question is the kind of information that, if I get you right, you're asking whether we have identified the kind of information that that could be, asked for, and what, if I get you right, what other information are not to be disclosed? Is that what the question is? The second question is about. Okay, so the first one is these. So the bill is the act. You kept on referring to the bill. I think there's a difference between the bill and the act. So it's an act now, isn't it, a bill? So the act actually refers to public institutions. Okay, and once you are a public institution, once an institution has been identified as a public institution, all the citizens have the right to request information from there, and you are obligated as an public information holder. You are obligated to give that information. Now, it could be any information, like I said at the beginning. It could be any information that has to do with that it's into public interest. So I know the Act have required us to produce what they call information manual, okay, to the information manual to the Information Commission, because we are required to set up an information commission. In case you request an information and it's not given, or the decisions by the information holders, you're not satisfied with the decisions by the information holders, you can always get to the commission, and then the commission will arbitrate. So we are asked to do, we are required to produce an information manual and submit it to the Information Commission. So the information manual would have to highlight or the kind of information that we want to disclose proactively, or all the kinds of information that needs to be given out upon request. So we have that identification, but as to what information people will be asking for, specifically, we may not be in a position to tell that, but we know anything out there that is for public interest, we are obligated, all the information, all the public institutions are obligated to give them out. So again, the Act, has specified all, some of the information that need to be disclosed, and some that need not to be that could not be disclosed. For example, issues of national security, maybe private, third-party private information, and maybe that has to do with international relations, trade secrets, they call it, commercial secret information, and stuff like that. So it has actually identified some of the information that cannot be disclosed. So as an information requester, if you come to any public information holding body and ask for this information, they have the right to say, no, we are not going to give you this information. But obviously with explanations, there are different steps to take, to make sure that, so you don't stop there. I mean, if they tell you that they cannot give you that information, you have the right to appeal for review and apply for appeal at the commission level. You're empowered to do all of that. But the Act has specified the information that need to be given, that are supposed to be given, and those that are not to be given out. I hope that answers your question. The other question is about, I think the other question is about what information should be disclosed or not, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so as I said,
So the Act, has identified, it may not be exhaustive, but the Act has identified some of the what are classified information and what are not. Like, for example, issues of national security. All right. So information that has to do with third person. Okay. Information that has to do with third person, their private information. So all of those things, you can refuse to give out those information, but then the requester could always follow certain steps to make sure that it is giving based on the Commission's recommendation or the court's recommendation, or whatever. But the Act has actually identified, has a long list of information that are classified that should not, that you can refuse. The information holding body can refuse to give those information, and they will be within their rights. Thank you. So it's written. You write to request for information, and the institution or the body would have to reply. And I think there are timelines giving. For example, if you request for information, you are supposed to be giving that information. A decision is meant to be made within 21 days, I think. And once that period has elapsed, you are expected to give out that information. So it's mainly written.
Yami and Bintu, do you want to add anything to that?
Perhaps not really the questions that were asked to him, but still on the subject of inclusion in terms of access to information. So basically, what I would like to share is that in talking about inclusion, it is really important that we sometimes contextualize, because of course these are concepts that, under international law are really necessary to ensure that the government respects and promotes human rights of individuals. But I also believe that contextualizing it to our realities goes a long way in ensuring that implementation would really be effective. And as such, I find it necessary to ask the questions, how do we foster and promote inclusion in the Gambia or in Africa generally? And so I have these, like 3 answers to the questions that I usually like to share. But I also understand that, as individuals, we all would have our different answers to these questions. But in any event, it helps to ensure that, government, the ministry, to be specific, has a clear roadmap in ensuring that access really becomes a reality and not just a tool for advocacy. So first, what I like to point out is that in ensuring inclusion, there is the need to start with the user needs. And when we say user here, it means the general public, everyone. Because at the end of the day, everyone needs information somehow for something. Be it the researcher, be it the teacher, be it the engineer, be it the lawyer, we all need information. Like he rightly mentioned, this is not just for the journalists or the media practitioners, it's literally for everyone. From that patient who goes to the hospital to find out information about a particular infection or disease or etc., to that student who is conducting a research for a homework. We all need information. So let us not just see this as something that belongs to the media. It belongs to every one of us. At every point in time, we need information. And so, understanding what the needs of the users are is very vital in curtailing, implementation strategies, etc., to these needs. Because it is only when we conduct needs assessment to gauge, what the public needs and what it doesn't, then we are able to distinguish, what we ought to follow in terms of implementation, etc. Now, when we talk about user needs in the Gambia, there is this very important issue of understanding that comes into play. Because in order for people to appreciate a particular law, there has to be an understanding of that law or policy or regulation, or be it what may. Now, in the Gambia, let's take, for instance, the fact that the ATI law is written in English. So it specifically caters for only that portion of the population who are elite, who are educated. How about that, that farmer in rural Gambia who has a farm, plays a very pivotal role in the development of the Gambia, but has no information in regards to what type of fertilizers to use or other information that would aid him or her to be able to carry out their socio-economic activities? How do they obtain this information? Do they even know that by law they have a right to access these type of information from, let's say, the Ministry of Agriculture? What are the processes that are there in place to ensure that this Gambian who doesn't speak or understand English is able to approach the Ministry of Agriculture and obtain information or request for same? And they should, by law, be able to get it, you know, in a way that they understand. So understanding here plays a very pivotal role. And it is obviously the ministry's responsibility to ensure that in the implementation strategies that it is going to set up, that they come up with implementation mechanisms that would allow the ordinary Gambian who's not educated to understand the content of the access to information. There is therefore the need to simplify these laws and policies in languages that the Gambians understand. It is only then that we would have effective implementation, because otherwise we would only be catering to a very minimum number of the Gambian population. So that. The second aspect is to improve access. And a simple way to put that or to answer that question is basically to stop making things difficult. Because when you talk about access to information, this deals with procedures or...
Bintu, if you say to stop making things difficult, maybe you need to elaborate on that.
Because when you talk about access, it has to be easy. When you talk about access, like I said before, I'm lost for a synonym to replace the word access with, because it's self-explanatory. Access, it means to be able to obtain, to gain, you know. And so if there are processes or procedures in place that are so difficult that when the requester makes a request to obtain a certain information, it takes too much time, or the process is so cumbersome that the user or the requester would now, you know, ask themselves, do I even need this information? Then there is a problem, because then there's no access. By access, we mean having in place procedures that are simplified to an extent that the ordinary Gambian can walk into a ministry or a state office or an institution and obtain information freely without any cumbersome processes. So that is why an answer to this step, that is to improve access, that I just decided to put there, is stop making things difficult. Now, in terms of online access, for instance, sometimes the ministry, by virtue of the fact that, of course, we are all working towards a digital transformation, would have certain information that are published on websites, on other digital platforms, etc. And actually, by virtue of provisions in the Access to Information Act itself, there is a responsibility placed on state institutions to proactively disclose information. And that is to say that it is not, well, it is sometimes necessary, but it is actually the responsibility of the government, of state institutions, to proactively disclose information, whether or not it is requested by individuals. Where a certain information is for public benefit and is of public interest, there is that not even need. The law is that that information should be proactively disclosed. So the government should make that information available to the public. It is not for journalists or media practitioners or students or the public to come and ask for that information. The responsibility is on them to make this information as accessible as possible. Now, I hope that answers the question of stop.
Oh, very well.
Last one here is to focus on wider outcomes. And the answer that I have for that is to actually measure performance. Now, we talk about the access to information law, how it has been, enacted, and how the Gambia has done a very good job in ensuring that there's an access to information law. We've seen a lot of other countries who haven't come this far, and within a short period we have achieved this really, major step. At the ministry's level, they also talk about implementation strategies and, working on activities that will ensure that the access to information law is popularized and made known to the public, etc. But then again, there is this, very important need to measure performance, and a way of doing that is to ensure that there are proper implementation mechanisms. When there are proper implementation mechanisms put in place, it puts the ministry at check, because fine, there is a strategy that is to be followed, and these are the steps outlined, but then how do we measure performance? How do we assess that these implementation strategies are in fact effective? Now, at the ministry's level, at our level as civil society, this is where we come to play, because we continue to serve as watchdogs to what the government is doing. They come up with an implementation strategy and tell us, in order to implement the access to information law, we are going to place information officers at every ministry to ensure that information is given out and the free flow of information is actually made possible. But then we go to certain ministries, for instance, and there are no information officers, or the procedures are so cumbersome, etc., etc. We as civil society have a role to play. This is where our advocacy comes in, because we continue to put the government on check. When they promise a certain deliverable and it's not delivered, we call them out, and then we continue to advocate, we continue to be friends. So, yeah, so measuring performance is really important, because it's not just for them to come to this panel discussion and tell us this is our plan, this is what we plan to do, but it is actually our responsibility to ensure that they, in fact, deliver on those promises. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bintu. Yeah, I mean, any comments on the questions? You are fine. Okay, I will open the floor for the second round of questions. Yes, the gentleman here. And who else? And the gentleman behind him. And there's another hand also behind you, Ismail.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Adam Marong. I am the ICT manager for Gambia Tourism and Hospitality Institute. My question is that, goes to you. Yeah. Anyway, what I want to ask is that, with regard to access to information, because we're all talking about here access and right to information, I want to believe that, in order to have access to information or to have a digital transformations in our systems, we need to have a good laws in place. And I am kind of serious. I'm curious to see what is in that law, because you cannot have a proper digital transformations if you don't have the proper law to guide it. And when you talk about access, I just want to simplify it, that it should be easy for anybody who needs that information or who needs to share that information to have access to it. So I am thinking that whether this law have captured maybe any portion in place or any part of this law where government institutions are forced or they are given a mandatory to have a website
because I want to understand that most of our government institutions don't even have a good website to start with, you know, and if you are talking about access to information and you don't even have a site, whether this law has made it mandatory for some of these government institutions to deliver their services online. And also, you know, somebody was asking about, you know, the information that should be accessed to the public and the information that are classified, you know. So I want to believe that, you know, some of these things like access, when you talk about access, I think your law, I don't see what is in that law, but I think one of the things that should be at the forefront is to first put it this way, that all government institutions must have, you know, deliver their services online or must have a website. And if you look at this, I don't know how this thing is going to be done, but also I observe that all the organizations that are in the Gambia, some of them have websites, but these websites are just coming from individual web developers, you know, and sometimes, you know, you don't have problem with this. Do our government or the Ministry of Information, do they have any unit where they can have an established unit where they put programmers together that will be programming government websites? Because different institutions are doing their websites. And
gentlemen, maybe if you can round up your questions.
Yeah. So what I'm trying to say here is that your law, the law that is it making it mandatory for these things to be accessed, to have the websites, and you know, all institutions must have their websites, and you know, often they should update their websites and what kind of information they should provide on this website and how it should be done.
Assalamu alaikum everyone. My name is Modu Jallo, co-founder of Go Minds. So basically this is my question. We're talking about access to information, access, and then one thing that I think, especially looking at the theme of the topic, the digital sustainability, right? And then under this, I didn't get people emphasizing, especially the stakeholders, emphasizing on infrastructure in the first place. Example, let's say information infrastructure, for instance. Because like what happens is, most of these institutions that really request information, let's say the University of the Gambia, you ask students, they will like, they've visited so and so and so and so places, but then at the end of the day, it's really like the process, it's really annoying or tiring. Sometimes you go to a department and they'll be like, the person that is responsible is not around, he's maybe on a trek or what and what not. So I think all of these things, one problem that we might start with whenever we talk about, you know, access to information is the infrastructure itself. Because of like, it's really important. Imagine being in a foreign country and then having a certificate of character. It's way easier than being a Gambian in the Gambia. It will take like that huge process. I think here the digital space needs to be put into consideration. And then one of the questions that I have here is, especially to the stakeholders that are having this responsibility, how are they really playing this thing around? Because of like what happens is, if you're talking about all of this kind of stuff, you're not talking about information repository for people to have access to. It's really going to be difficult. And then we will still be repeating the same thing, the same loop over and over and over. So when it comes to the infrastructure itself, I want them to emphasize on that, especially the digital infrastructure itself.
Okay, thank you very much to the panelists for the deliberation. Okay, but I think Madiba. Well, I have not read the act in its entirety, but I'd just like to know if there are provisions in the act that cater for open data, as Ms. Jete was saying, because that is very important. You do a research in the Gambia, it's open data. It is for general consumption. You don't even need to wait for people to come and ask you for the data. You have a platform there, you put it there, any student from UTG, from Gambia College, can just go to the portal, which is open data, and then you put it there. Yes, some of the data may not be put there, but when it comes to open data, I guess her questions on access could easily be solved. Okay, so that was my question. I don't know how far the Act has gone in that aspect. Thank you.
Good afternoon. So my name is Mbanyik Diouf. I'm representing Insys Global. Sorry, can I stand up? Yeah, I'm quite tall, so I was hoping people. Well, okay. Yeah. So to follow up what Dave just asked, so I'm in the digital space, and I think someone asked about the mode of accessing information, and you mentioned they have to write, and there's a time frame and so on, right? But I mean, since we are talking about digital, so does the Act have anything to do with, or any provision for way to digitally access that information and provide it to the public for consumption? So I think someone mentioned about having information for farmers, for example. So if the information is out there, any innovator can connect to it and provide it to the farmers in real time and also in the language that they understand. So do you have any provision for accessing data digitally, as opposed to just writing and waiting for it? Thank
you. Just a short question. On the side of the law, which is accessing someone's information without permission, where is the stance of the law by accessing someone's, because now we are living in copy and paste. People took some people's stories, publish it without being approved. We have been seeing it is happening. So the stance for the law, on the side of the law. Yes, where does the law stand?
Okay, before I take it to Madiba, I just want also the panelists also to talk about oral requests, because I know the law caters for these people who are illiterates also. How can they request the law? And also, I think it will be good also, because from some of the comments I've heard from the first round of questions and this round of questions, I think it will be good to tell people what is actually access to information and why is it a human right issue. So I know that you have too many questions, but I just want you guys to take note of these two issues to help the audience to understand better. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, you can.
Okay. Yes, so I think in terms of, I'll start with the question about accessing individuals' information. I think the access to information law is very clear. It's not just any person's information. I think Madiba made that explanation that the law does make exceptions as to what type of information one cannot access. So ordinarily, I cannot walk in and I say to a bank and I say, I want to know what's in Madiba's bank account. What the access to information law makes provision for is for people or individuals to be able to hold their government accountable, right? Ensure that there's transparency. So meaning, when you look at the provisions in proactive or under proactive disclosure in the law, which means that every public body, a public body means any state institution or state that is being paid by our taxes, people that are being paid up by our taxes, right? Or any private entity that is working on a project using public funds. Meaning if there's a private company that is working on a particular project that is being paid for by government of the Gambia or being paid for from our taxes, you can make inquiry with respect to that particular project. Do you understand? That is what the access to information bill is all about. And so basically what it says is that I can go to a government institution and say, I want to know exactly what you've been doing with respect to your particular mandate, right? Proactive disclosure says that public bodies have to, on their own, every year publish annual reports.
And these reports would have to talk about the employees that they have, their manuals, their policies, their procedures, the forms. So instead of me going to, let's say, I'm trying to think of an institution. Instead of me going to MOCDE and say, I want to invest or I want to work on this particular area, let's say fintech, for instance, MOCDE now has to, on their own, publish what all the policies they have relating to fintech. Meaning they don't have to wait for me to go and ask. That's what access to information is talking about. And that these public bodies also have to share information with respect to their travel expenses, their salary band. We're not saying, what everybody earns, but their salary bands. So that sort of takes care of what exactly the public institutions are doing in terms of what they're being paid for, or whether they're actually achieving what they're supposed to be doing, or achieving their deliverables at the end of the day. But you cannot walk in and access the information of a third party. Do you understand? Or the private, personal information of a third party. That is part of the exemption, such as privileged information between a medical practitioner and a patient, information between a lawyer and a client. All those information are considered privileged information, and they are not provided for by the law. So that protection is already there. I hope your question is answered. I'm not sure I got Hadija's question, but you can go ahead.
To know when we are talking about access to information, what do we actually mean, and why is it a fundamental right issue? Because from the questions, I can detect this. So that's why I want you guys to comment on that. Yeah, Madiba, you can go on. I think.
Okay, so thank you once again. I think Ami has answered most of the questions here. With regard to someone was asking about effectively proactive disclosure. That is whether we are mandated, whether public institutions are mandated to give out information without being asked for it. Yes, so as Ami said rightly, public institutions, public bodies are required to give out information out there. Now, a lot of you are asking about the platforms, okay, to give out information, whether website or someone said open data. So I think the open data has to do with proactive disclosure of information. Now, it is up to the public bodies to create that that online infrastructure where information could easily be gotten. You can go to their websites. Someone kept on saying your law, so it's everybody's law. It's not our law. Law is everybody's law. So the law mandates all the public institutions, like rightly defined, to give out information. Now, it may not necessarily say, okay, you need to. This is how you need to give out information, proactively disclose information. Like this is the platform that you need to do it. For example, this is the website. You need to create a website. It's not explicitly like that, but like we're talking about digital. It's an information society, so we know that one of the easiest ways to access information is to have those online platforms where people could easily log in and get this information, whether it's a website or whether it's a government portal, web portal, to make sure that everybody can have access to those vital information easily. So I think one aspect is the form in which the information could be gotten. So this could be decided whether it is you're using a flash drive, whether you are it's a transcription, whether it's in the form of a video, audio, whatever. But then I think the form, the way you can give out the information could be shared is not explicitly given by the law, but we would expect that the easiest way to give out information is to have those online infrastructure where people can easily give out information. Thank you.
Okay, so my intervention here is only in relation to the question that you asked, and that is how access to information is a human right and why it's important. So when we talk about access to information, it's a fundamental human right. So take it from me that access to information is a fundamental human right, and by this it determines that every individual, each and every person, has a right to access information from public bodies. And so it is therefore the responsibility of the state as a duty bearer to ensure that access is made a possibility. Now, why this is important is that it not only prevents corruption, but it also promotes transparency and accountability. As civil society, as private citizens, etc., it is our responsibility to put, again, I would say, the government on check, so that the activities that they do, the government is there to serve the people, and so the work that they do has to be something that we're aware of. We have to be, in one way or the other, updated at each and every stage of the processes that are being carried on. And so access to information is really necessary because, one, it like I say, it prevents corruption, so that human rights abuses, for instance, are not adhered to is, for lack of a better word, by the government. So when we take a look back at the former regime, the very famous 22 years of Jammeh, a lot of atrocities that were being carried out, a lot of problems that we face, a lot of gross human rights violations that took place were as a result of lack of access to information. Because we all know one of the major problems that we dealt with was the difficulty in accessing information. You needed an information that is as simple as, the age of a minister, for instance, who holds a public office or a public position. It was so difficult. And you could be even arrested for just asking, as simple as the age of a minister, or sometimes very, very, basic information that you and I could otherwise, find on certain websites, etc. And so this is why it was very difficult for us to hold our government to account for most of the decisions that they made, for most of the things that they, carried out in the country. So this is to show you that when citizens obtain information, when they freely access information, from public bodies, public information, it becomes very easy to be a part of the governance process in a country, because then you're able to question, where your taxes are being put to use, how they're being used, what your rights are as a citizen, how far you can go in ensuring that the government caters for you as a citizen, etc., etc. So access to information, like we would say at Article 19, it is the oxygen of life. Information is the oxygen of life. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we go to the next round of questions, I just want to make a quick comment on the Open Data Center. I know it wasn't that elaborated on, but because if you look at when it comes to implementation of access to information, the countries with the highest rankings and everything, they always have an open data platform. This means that it doesn't mean that when you need information, for example, if I need information on finance, I have to go to finance website. I need health, then I'll have to switch to health website and everything. So you have platforms that are convergent, where every single government information that has been openly declared and everything, you can just go to these platforms and then you will find it there. I think that's what some people are suggesting. Whether when you guys are working on your roadmap, these are some of the things you can consider. I think that will be very important. So we have some comments online, questions online. So Therese will just read them out, and then this will be our last round of questions. So if anybody have questions, you can raise your hand. I see Aminjai over there, and I don't know who else. Teres, you can read the question.
Okay, so the question is from Amadou Cisse. He's asking about the status of the .gm top-level domain.
Maybe one of the Moesi people here can answer that, because I don't think the panelists will be able to answer that. I mean,
he's asking for the status of the .gm top-level domain.
Should I bring it up once?
My name is Amin Jai. I'm coming from the Ministry of Communication and Digital Economy. Regarding the .gm, what I know about that is that it's been given to 6P. They're the ones working with the government on that. And right now they're trying to put certain things in place, like the infrastructure, so that we can have the redelegation. So well, hopefully it will be done within a year. That's the plan. Regarding, I have a comment, not a question actually. This is regarding open data usage. It's something that we already have in our e-government strategy 2021 to 2024. Is there which is to broaden open data usage. Like mentioned before, it's going to be like a platform where people can just go online, and I think it's going to be useful for people, for students, the academia, and like people doing their research and stuff. So it's already there in the plans, and hopefully, probably with the right funds in place, this can be implemented. That's what I wanted to say.
Any other questions? There's one there. One second.
Regarding the open data platform, I think GBOS is having one that some people are actually using. Me myself, I've used that, but then we've realized, we've realized one thing that is very, very important is before this, all the departments or sectors will definitely, push this data, to them. It will be something that will definitely take time. And then most importantly also, when I went and then asked this question, and then they'll be like, well, this is the issue. Most of the reports that we have, it's on hard copies. So people have to sit and then convert that to a digital copy for it to be pushed. And then most importantly also, the guy that is responsible for this, he had to follow some of the stakeholders for to post this data. So I think the Minister of Digital Economy can definitely, work hand in hand with GBOS on that to see how, effective it will be. Because for them, their platform is already there. It's been sponsored by the World Bank, but then at the end of the day, people are not using it. So I think there will be a very good feedback from them in order so that the project that you guys work on will be definitely successful. Thank you.
Any other questions? No hands. Okay. Not speaking for the ministry, but just to respond to what the guy said about most of the documents in hard copies. I do know that right now they are working on plans to make sure that most of these government documents, especially the ones in the archive, they find a way to convert it into electronic documents. I do know also when it comes to the access to information, they do have a lot of plans. It's just that they need to get the fundings to make sure that they have these platforms, the government websites are up, the open data platforms are up, the archives going ages back, records office, everything, they have them in electronic copies so that when people request it, they can have access to it. So, hopefully. Okay, there's a question.
Okay, sorry to say, but Madam Chairperson, and you and this gentleman, I think I would tend to disagree with you. Which because this gentleman said that most of the documents are in hard copy. If they're in hard copy, obviously they're not written by hand. They are printed, right? So obviously they are in digital form. So I guess our problem is our refusal to accept change. Or most of these things, they are being personalized. there's a research being done, a lot of money being spent, but at the end, it is digital, but somebody will personalize it, and they will live with the data, or they will die with the data. So I guess there should be laws, or there should be mechanisms put in place to make sure that data that is digital is being kept safely or is being shared. For me, that's my personal. But I am totally against the notion that most of the documents are in hard copy. No, they are in digital form, and they are being printed into hard copy. So where is the digital form that has been printed into a hard copy? That should be the question now. Thank you.
Dave, yeah.
No. I do agree with Mr. Jata's point. And I would say that when you go to most government institutions, that is a thing. You'd have one individual that has all these documents in their computer. And if they're not around, you can't have access to it. Something as simple as application forms, you can't go on a government website and get it. You'd ask for it and they would say, oh, I know this person has it. And the person has to actually be on desk before you can actually get a copy of that. And I think looking at the policy, the e-governance strategy that they have that Ami mentioned, and this is also a replicate, most of it is a replicate of the previous policy that Moise had in terms of transforming the government and introducing in-governance. And I think most of the policies have expired, and we still have issues with people working for government and using Gmail and Yahoo and their personal email addresses and all of that. Maybe that can be a session on its own, but I think government needs to work and together with all its other counterparts. All these government ministries need to work together to ensure that this e-governance that we've been talking about for years becomes a reality. And the only way we can do that is making sure that we introduce technology and accept it. And introducing technology is not just buying fancy laptops and buying fancy computers, but making sure that all the information that is required can be accessible online. Most of the time you go to the Moise website, I'm sorry to call you out, but it's not working. You try to download a document, you can't download it. So I think we can't really talk about access to information. I think Bintu talked about it here. We can't talk about access to information when we look at because they also have a right to access the information. I know that when you go to the NCC website in Nigeria, the moment you click on it, there's a voiceover. So they have provisions for accessibility for people that are visually impaired. And I think in your implementation strategy, these are things that you should highlight. But also what comes out here is that there's need for consultation. There are a lot of brilliant minds in these rooms. So maybe if the ministry can work together with some of these people, they can help you in terms of digitalization, in terms of coming up with these platforms of software that can make it easier for people to access information. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So now we'll just go to the panelists, Bintu, Madiba, Ami, for your last comments.
Okay. All right. By way of concluding, I would just like to say that this is 2022, and when we talk about access in the Gambia, we're obviously talking about, innovative means of development in ensuring that the Gambia moves forward. And by doing so, of course, we would have to look at the issue of, digital innovation. And of course, that is where a lot of the questions being asked around would be answered. I understand it's a step-by-step basis, but then we would obviously continue to encourage the government of the Gambia to boldly, and the key word here is boldly, pursue strategies that would ensure innovation and digital inclusion in every aspect of its work, especially the Minister of Information, who's tasked with responsibility of digital affairs. So one of the things that I wanted to mention lastly is already been mentioned by Yami, and that is in conversations around inclusion. Of course, we cannot run away from the fact that there are barriers to inclusion. And in the Gambia, like I said before, it is very important that we always contextualize, and that would bring us to the realities on the ground. Some of the barriers that we have to inclusion in the Gambia ranges from age, from income, unemployment, disability, and geographical locations, etc. And you would see that each of these things that I mentioned, one way or the other, impact the issue around inclusion. Because, like I said, when we talk about inclusion in this day and age, we're obviously, to a large extent, talking about digital inclusion. And so, age-wise, there's a lot of innovative things that are happening in the world right now. And by virtue of certain people's age, they cannot, be at the same level with other people because of perhaps the processes that are in place to use gadgets to, ask for information, etc., etc. Because he has mentioned that when you need information, it has to be in written form. I mean, there are other exceptions that are available by law, but I would just like to say that inclusion really comes with innovation. So an example that I would just like to give is like smartphones, for instance. When they were first introduced, for instance, in order to access a phone or to restrict access on your phone, what you need to do is to create a password. Now, when we went further, patterns were now introduced, like on the what is it called? Android. I was trying to look for the word Android. On the Android phones, for instance, you have to draw a pattern in order to gain access to your gadget. And we saw that like older people found this to be, to be more user-friendly, because by virtue of the fact that they are not educated, they couldn't play with numbers and words in order to formulate passwords. But when these, patterns were introduced, it was easy for them. Even my grandma could just draw her pattern on a phone and then gain access. So these are some of the ways that we ensure that, access is made possible. We come down to the level of the people who are not able to read or write, and we bring up strategies or innovative ways to ensure that they are also part and parcel of the process. Of course, Yami has already talked about the issue around disability. If you know me, you know that is a passion that I live for, persons with disabilities, and access really from being able to access these information like she said in a digital format to being able to access in fact buildings and infrastructure that these information are being held, because we have government institutions, but most of our government institutions are in fact story buildings. Can that person who's in a wheelchair be able to go through all that flight of stairs to be able to go to a ministry that is all the way up in order to obtain a single piece of information? These are questions that we need to really start to ask ourselves. We have geographical locations. Can a person who is as far as Basse be able to travel all the way to Banjul just for a piece of information? The cost incurred, the struggle, the stress of having to go that far just to obtain that information could easily be solved by digital innovation. Having these available online or other platforms in a way that people can access, and many other issues that really come as barriers to inclusion. So it is high time that we really have these conversations as national issues and look forward to, come up with strategies of solving them, but also, continuing to have these conversations to ensure that whatever implementation strategies that come into play would be one that we all agree to and work towards ensuring is fruitful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. It's been a wonderful session, and I'm privileged to be part of this process. From listening to my co-panelists and the audience, it has dawned to me that I think I kind of appreciate the task ahead as a ministry that is leading the implementation mechanism of the Access to Information Law, and we are committed, I can say, to the effective implementation, putting the implementation mechanism for an effective implementation of the Access to Information Law. We have already recruited information officers. All ministries have information officers. This is to enhance, access to information, so that whenever you need information from any public body, ministry, you have the right people there to help you out. So we, like I said, it is at the preliminary stage. Obviously, once we start putting up the implementation mechanism, we will have to involve everybody, all the stakeholders, because that's the only way out. Our task is at this level. It is important to note that this is a law for everyone. So this is not our show. At the level, we're just trying to put the foundation there. So once the foundation is there, it belongs to everyone, and it is up to the responsibilities of the various institutions to fulfill their obligations under the Act. So we're willing to work with. We definitely have to work with the Ministry of Communication and Digital Economy. Because when you talk about access to information in this day and age, obviously you cannot exclude access to digital infrastructure. So we need to have the digital platforms all set to make it easy for people to have access to information. So we will be working closely with the Ministry of Communication and Digital Economy to make sure that all of these digital infrastructure are in place. So I thank you very much for being here.
Okay, thanks a lot. I think I'll just reiterate what I said earlier, which is with respect to the fact that the information, people should be aware, that the Access to Information Act is for each and every one of us. So it's not just specifically just for journalists, but it basically gives us the right to hold our government accountable. And what I would urge the ministry to do is to engage stakeholders, engage the public. In as much as you're working on implementation strategy, I think the conversation needs to go outside of this room. But also there has to be that willingness also to make access to information easy for everyone. We do know that the ministry has the obligation to come up with regulation because we have provisions of reproduction fees that should be charged and all of that. So they have the responsibility to make sure that they don't come up with regulations that would make it restrictive. So we have a law, yes, but you're making it restrictive for other people not to be able to easily access the information. So we've seen in other countries that even though the fee is charged, it is made a nominal sum so that everybody can be able to afford to get the information that is required. So some of these things, I think we need to be very mindful of it, that we in our implementation, we do not also come up with extra barriers or extra restrictions that would make it near impossible for people to actually enjoy the provisions that are provided for in this legislation. And I would also encourage everyone to, in conversations that we have, to inform the people around you. about the existence of this law, about its importance. Because Gambia, we have the attitude of assumption. For instance, the National Assembly 100,000 information is a hot cake right now, but you have various information or variation about how that 100,000 is going to be paid and all of that. So I think in order to avoid misinformation, it is very important that people are willing to inquire, people are willing to ask questions, people are willing to take or use the rights that are given to them by these legislation, meaning do not be afraid to come and ask. I think where you can always walk into these institutions. Now the law has given you that power. It is not, they have a timeline. I think they will start implementing it officially. They have till next year, right, Mariba? But that, like, now is the time you have to start keep putting them on their toes. So you have the power to ask. You have the power or you have the right to actually get these information. So you don't have to be afraid. You have to make use of it. Like I said, if we do not make use of it, the act, it would just be in their offices gathering dust. So it is very important that we have that at the back of our mind, and we're always willing to make use of the rights that are provided for in these legislations. Thank you.
Thank you very much to our speakers for today. Yeah, Amit Ture, who just closed Madiba from information, and Bintu Jaite from Article 19. Thank you. And we'll move over to the next panel discussion. Instead of us going for a lunch break, it's better we just do this last session and then go for lunch break, then we go home. The reason for that, we all know, those of you who have been here for regularly for the National Internet Governance Forum, day 2 is when we draft the communique. It takes time to draft the communique. People agree to disagree. And we are also doing the Gambian submission for the Gambian submission for the United Nations Global Digital Compact. So the UN Global Digital Compact is very important. The UN Secretary General just recently appointed a tech envoy, Mr. Ahmadine Gill, for that position, and all countries and all national IGFs have to do their submission. So that submission will be done online. The form will be online. People will be contributing. So after the session, the first session tomorrow, the rapporteurs will brief highlights of today, and then we have our session on cybersecurity. Then we do that global UN submission. We go for lunch and we draft the communique. So I now call on Anna Annette Sambo, founder of SHAO and CEO, who is moderating this next session, to come take over from me. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Anna Annette Sambo. I am the founder of SHAO Gambia. I am moderating this session today on data innovation and privacy. On the panel I have today, I have Insys Global, the representative, Communique Drafting, Gambia Security Alliance, Amadou Ba, Ami Ture, please. We'd really like to have you on the panel, please. Give one project, Badara Juf. Do we have Badara around? Who? Oh, Mariam. Mariam, please come on board. Okay, perfect. Yeah, me, a special thanks to you again. I know we're dragging you last minute. Apologies on that, but it would be good to have you on this session as well. Okay, so to start the session, I'm just going to give a brief overview of what we have today. So the potentials for a trade-off between innovation and privacy spans many industries. In online advertising, advertising networks collect large amounts of clickstream data about individual users, which they then use to select ads to display to individual users as they browse the internet. This use of data makes ads more relevant and informative to the user, but also raises privacy concerns. For example, a user browsing credit consolidation websites might subsequently be served ads about bankruptcy services. Those ads would certainly be relevant, but the user never gave permission for potentially private financial information to be collected. Users have no easy way to prevent its collection, and they have no guarantee it will not be shared with entities such as credit providers that could use this in any way harmful to them. Innovations in digitizing health information led to quality improvements in the health sector because they make patient information easy to access and to share. However, easy access and probability raise privacy concerns because consumers want sensitive data to be seen only by pertinent health care providers. Such instances of data collection and processing have led to calls for legal safeguards for consumer privacy in the non-governmental sector. So to start my question, the first question goes to Amadou. We're talking about the draft what's it called, data protection bill. It has been coming up during the first session and the second session. But looking at what we have in the draft, what's it called, protection bill, which is still yet to be enacted, selling personal data, for example. It is an offense for a person to sell or offer to sell personal data or place an advertisement indicating that personal data is or may be for sale, and the person who commits this offense is liable to conviction. In a case of an individual, to fine or not more than, in the case of an individual to fine of not more than $2 million or imprisonment for a term not more than 10 years, or both fines and imprisonment. And then we have another one, in the case of a body corporate, for example, it is liable to a fine not exceeding $10 million. What is your take on this in light of data protection?
This is a very important question. It reminds me, being a member of the committee that is formulating the and also reviewing the data protection and privacy bill. I remember we had a serious push and pull about this matter at Paradise. Biran was there, and for me, the reasons why we make it this very, very harsh is for businesses to take these things very, very seriously. I will give you an example. For security reasons, I will not mention names of institutions. There are financial institutions in the Gambia that does marketing based on people's savings in their institutions. This happens in this country. Sometimes when you talk about some of these things, people think, no, Gambia, we are not that level. There are financial institutions that goes and convince investors to come and bank with them. And most investors we know, as per law in the Gambia, now if you are opening up a corporate company in the Gambia, you need a local shareholder or a local partner, kind of. So most of these financial institutions use this to say, if you invest with us, we can get you the potential local partner, a potential one for that matter. So that potential one for that matter is somebody who is doing serious savings with the bank, somebody who has a lot of money in the bank. But the bank will not inform this individual. So this individual will be, the information will be leaked to the investor to say, you can approach A, B, and C. So that's why sometimes some of these tycoons, they will be there out of the blue. They will see an email coming from an investor that is proposing for a meeting to discuss about certain issues. So these are things that happens in this country, and this is a serious concern for us, because it means these financial institutions are not really respecting the privacy of their customers, which is a serious concern. And also not that within the Gambia government, for instance, sometimes you will be surprised. You see pay slips in dustbins. Pay slips. Social security numbers. I saw someone who, share his social security card on social media and said, after 7 years, finally I've got my social security card. These are personal identifiable informations. They don't need to be shared out there. So for me, the fines, I really support this clause. And I'm a fan of this clause. I really support it. We had a bitter conversation, bitter discussion on this matter. Some are saying, no, let's bring it down to 250,000. No, that's small. Let's take it to 500,000. So $1 million, 10 million for corporate, or 5 million for individual. This is something that is very, very good, because then people will know that, yeah, if you take chances to provide people's personal information to a third party, there are serious consequences that are related to that. Coming to medical facilities, in the Gambia is very, very interesting. It's only in the Gambia, every day you go to the hospital, you become new to the doctor. Every day you go to the hospital, the doctor look at you, your name, or the guy prescribing whatsoever, nurse or whatever, you give him your name. It's the same thing, that small piece of paper. They write your name, what is paining you, and the person will be like, I was here last week. I complained about my stomach, and he's still disturbing me. And they will ask, last week when you were here, where is the medical paper? I don't have it. And there is no record in the hospital that can prove that to keep track of that record. So that is a serious concern. You go out of the hospital, or even within the perimeter of the hospital, you find medical papers that contains people's personal information, people's confidential information. Our GSM companies, they are doing the worst crime in this country. Do you understand? They don't respect the privacy of the people. You receive unsolicited messages. You complain to Pura. Pura have a hotline. You call the hotline. Pura will say, okay, we will take it up with the GSM company for them to remove your number from the unsolicited messages. And these unsolicited messages will still continue. What is the GSM company doing? They are using you to do advertisement. So you are sharing the information on their behalf. But if I oops out of that, he oops out of that. Let's say the GSM company have 1 million users. 500,000 oops out of that services. Who will go to GSM company for them to do a rapid advertisement for you? Nobody, because the outreach number is very, very small. So this is why this fine is very, very important. And for us at our level as Gambia Cybersecurity Alliance, we will keep advocating for this, to make sure it stands, no matter where the objection will come from, but we do everything possible to make sure we defend this person. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amadou. It's good you mentioned the advocacy bit as well, because I was coming to that. What exactly is the Gambia Cybersecurity really doing in terms of not only pushing for this, because it's still not yet enacted, and what exactly are you really doing from your end for people to be aware of these laws? Because anywhere you go, people don't know these laws are there, and the fact that it has not been enacted yet, it's still a problem. Even if a case should come up, it will be very difficult for the law to really take its due course in addressing such cases. Ami, I'll just like you to, as a lawyer, I would like you to add some thoughts to this issue that we're talking about as part of the data protection bill.
Okay, now I can put it. Just give me the mic. Thank you. Some of us are not meant for digital innovation. Yes, I think. Thank you. So yes, I think in terms of the draft data protection and privacy, we, as a committee, I think what was done was to sort of align it more to what is best practice out there. But I think one of the misconceptions we currently have in the Gambia is that we don't have any laws dealing with data protection and privacy. We don't just have a specific legislation that is looking at data protection as a main issue, but if you look at the IC Act of 2009, there's a specific provision on the protection of personal data and privacy, and there's a specific provision dealing with cybersecurity. So there is legislation, and the provision in these in that legislation makes it a criminal offense for some of these acts. I think what the problem we currently have is that the IC Act mainly is applicable to GSM companies or ISPs, licensed entities. So it's not an all-rounder. But then, like I said, there's a provision in terms of, let's say, when you share inappropriate content, there's a provision that criminalizes it. So that is a personal offense, right? But like I said, and I said it in the last session, in the Gambia, we have this thing of coming up with beautiful laws, but that awareness raising is what is lacking. So sometimes, even when it comes to prosecution, the police would tell you, "Oh, we found some people that are engaged in cybercrime, but we don't know what law, or we can't really prosecute them," because that communication is not there. And when you look at the topic itself, data innovation and privacy, and we as advocates or as digital rights enthusiasts, we advocate for digital innovation in the Gambia. And we're glad that the country has now recognized that digital economy is something that should be a concentration, but we can't really have that without the right infrastructure in place, without the right legislation in place, without the right regulations in place. And like Amadou mentioned, data is money. And what you're seeing is that most of us, our data is being used by various entities, whether we know it or not, to sort of make money from it, to sort of harvest, and in a way violates our privacy, because they're taking our information for specific needs. And if you look at the provisions of the law, that is the draft itself, the provision is that you can only use the data that you're collecting from a customer or a subscriber for that specific purpose. So outside of that, you need the consent of the person before you can use it. But every day you see a GSM operator would text you and send you some information that you've not subscribed to. The law makes it wrong for unsolicited communication. It's already provided for in the law. Unsolicited communication should not be done by GSM operators. But like I said, implementation is always a problem. But we hope that with the enactment of the draft data protection bill, that things would change. Because we cannot have a sustainable digital economy. We cannot have digital transformation as a country if these protections are not in place. Because certain investors would not come in your country if there are certain things that the certain structures are not in place. So we hope that the ministry would continue to work with stakeholders, so that these legislations that we have are not only enacted, but people are aware of what is in there. And the prosecution and other things are done to ensure enforcement is carried out to ensure that they sort of serve as how do you call it? Not restrictions. My English has failed me, but to sort of serve as warnings for others not to really encroach in it. But I think digital innovation cannot go without the protection of people's personal data and privacy. And I think that should be made clear from the onset. Thank you.
Thank you, Yami, for that. I'm just going to move on to my next question. And again, I'll still stick with Amadou as the
don't filter what to put online about them and what not to put online about them. Do you understand? That is one. Two, you can even target service providers that are providing service for your target. You can use those service providers to gather enough information about the particular target. So obviously, this is where open source intelligence comes into play. So the more information that you put out there or that your service providers put out there about yourself, they're putting you at risk. And putting you at risk meaning anybody who you want to use you as a potential target can get to you. And not only the runner. If I know how to get to funds, it's going to be very, very difficult. And getting to you as a friend will be easier. So I'll get to funds through you. So you will notice that you, as an individual, the more information that you provide out there, I can use that information to think and predict how pawns behave, how pawns think, because you see a lot of things in common. You spend a lot of time together. So obviously, there are a lot of risks associated to that. So I think it's important for us, all of us, to look into that perspective too. Thank you.
Thank you, Amadou. Thank you, Amadou, for that. And just to make an addition to what you said, this past weekend we were in Soma, and we met with the youths and women of Soma, talking about doing a training on digital security and data protection. And some of their testimonies, it's really hard to really take, when it comes to security and data protection. One of the ladies that gave what you said, this past weekend we really take, when it comes to security and data protection. One of the ladies that gave testimony mentioned that, it was so unfortunate that someone got access to her new pictures.
To an extent, it got to a point that the guy demanded that if you don't have sex with me, I am going to publish this on the internet. She ended up giving in. It got to the crime, but then they couldn't prosecute the individual. So they gave him bail and kept on reporting. The guy kept on reporting to a point that they all got tired of it and the case just died down. So in such cases, what does Cybersecurity Alliance take in addressing such? Because we still have issues with the laws.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. This question is very, very important. And for me, before answering your question, I think the police really failed the victim. Because if you cannot prosecute somebody on the side of, fraud or cybercrime, why not the rape? Imagine, the rape is a crime. There are laws, even in the Bandaba, you can find laws that criminalize rape in the Gambia. So obviously, if you cannot criminalize somebody using the Information Communication Act, as Yami rightly mentioned, use the criminal code. If you cannot use the criminal code, use the Information Act. If you cannot use the information, there are a lot of, you go to the law people, they can tell you, maybe Yami will not take it from me. There is a lot of mechanisms that could have been used against that criminal, honestly. Now, coming to Gambia Cybersecurity Alliance, recently, just to give you an example, we had a case where somebody was involved in beauty pageant and doing a lot of other things. And by then she was very young, at a very young age. Do you understand? So now because she's grown above 18, she requested her content to be taken down. So this makes it very, very interesting. So this makes it very, very interesting. You understand? Now, because he requested for her, childhood contents to be taken down, she engaged the provider, the guy coordinating that beauty pageant and all these things. The guy said, no, we cannot take this thing down. That's not possible. Anywhere you want to go there. So this guy reported the matter to our public relations officer. Then the matter came to GCSE. So when it came, we look at different perspective. When the child was participating into this process, how old is she? Is she underage? Yes. Check. That is confirmed. She is underage.
Now we said we need to engage the service provider. This event that this child took part, was it a funded event? Was it sponsored? Because if it is sponsored, it becomes a problem. Because it means for the video to be taken down, you need to engage the sponsors of the event. Do you understand? So we engaged the guy, and the first thing he said, this is a funded event. We were like, then it becomes a problem. But we did not stop there. So we started digging deeper. The girl also provided some furthermore videos where only her and the guy coordinating the beauty pageant were in the room on the edge. So you know the problem. Now problem comes. So we use those video links and share it with the provider to say, watch these video links. You will notice that you and the girl alone in this room, and the girl is dancing, you are videoing her. And in some videos, you are even sitting near her. You are featured in the videos. So the guy looked at it and said, you people, what do you want? We said, we want you to take the video down. If you don't take it down, we are taking it to another level. And what is that another level? That is by engaging the stakeholders. So we know Gambia Cybersecurity Alliance, we are not experts in child rights and all these things matters. So we went and officially wrote to the service provider. And the guy is running this online media platform. Do you understand? The media platform is huge. But where he featured these girls, all these actions when the girl was on the age, is on a different platform, on a different YouTube channel. When we wrote to the guy, he received the letter and came back and said, unfortunately, I don't have access to that YouTube channel. I cannot access it. So even if I want to delete it, I don't have access to it. So imagine, you're talking to people who are very familiar with open source intelligence. And we told him, look, a video was posted on this video channel 3 days ago. Who posted it? It might be that other boy, he is in Spain. We said, yes, so you will get to him to make sure this video is down. And he was like, no, in fact, now I have been doing this with big people who are now big in the government. I'm not going to remove it. We said, okay. We wrote a letter. We wrote to the Ministry of Women's and Gender and Children's Affairs. We wrote to the Child Protection Alliance. We wrote to PURA as a regulator. We wrote to MOCDE as a ministry. So all these letters that we wrote, we dispersed, and now we are waiting for feedback. And by the time we are done with this guy, probably some of you will start reading breaking news in this country. So these are some of the things that we really need to take very, very seriously. And for us, GCSA, it is not about witch hunting. It's about, setting the right pace, putting the records straight. Some of the areas we have challenged is issues of people complaining about pornography. And for me, I don't feel very, very comfortable, even at GCSA level, to support someone who willingly send her video. Sometimes, boss man, sometimes it's interesting. People do this, and you ask them, when you are sending this nude video. No, come on.
I'm sorry.
No, let me learn.
No, you're not landing. On that topic, I'm sorry, you're not landing.
Yeah, me?
No, I'm sorry, but that is actually an offense. And it is called, sorry, you cannot say you're a digital rights enthusiast or an activist and you do not condemn some of these things. Because you cannot you cannot sit here and you're talking about consent. And then you say you would not, it's my personal choice.
Right.
And there was a relationship, whether or not, it was not for public consumption. The same way I gave my number to a GSM operator, not for public consumption. And it is wrong, because that is what you call sexual image assault. That is what you call sexual image assault, because you're taking someone else's private information and sharing it on a public platform. That was not the purpose. And that is in contravention of the GDPR rules, whether you know it or not. So that I would advise you to re-educate yourself so that this information does not go out like that. Please. Thank you.
So let me learn. To clarify,
Sorry. Yeah, I mean, thank you for that, but I was just letting him finish what he had to say and then get back to him.
And let me clarify. So thank you for that. Now, what I'm saying, that's why I made it very, very clear at the beginning that for me, I did not say GCS's position. I said for me personally, that is where I have problem. Do you understand? Exactly. I'm talking about my, yes. So I agree with my landed friend that, you know, I should change that attitude of me. For me, I am so emotional sometimes how people share their own personal nude or naked pictures and all these things on social media platforms or sharing with a third party. And this third party will use that to blackmail you. These are things that happens. I can tell you, if you look at our incident reporting platform, 80% of the incidents that we reported, you know, are all related to issues like this. So I think I will really improve on that, my landed friend, and I will make so.
Thank you, Amado. Yeah, they shared it with somebody that they trusted, and once you break that trust, that's a problem.
Yeah, just to come on, because I think one of the issues you raised in terms of the video of the young girl, and this is what I say, the IC Act makes provisions for that. Already, it is a crime not only to publish the image of a child, and we know in Gambia, child is anybody under 18, but even having those images or indecent images in your phone or in your possession can lead you, upon conviction, to imprisonment for life. That is already a crime. So, like I said, for me, this is why I think probably our advocacy, we should not only limit it to the people, but we should also now try to train and advocate and train the police so they know some of these provisions in the law, that it is wrong. And similarly, that publishing or transmitting an indecent image or the image of another person can lead you to payment of, upon conviction, a fine of $250,000 or imprisonment of 5 years. So there's already protection, some form of protection. We can argue that it's not adequate, but there's some form of protection that is provided for in the law with respect to some of these issues that we are facing daily. Because I think, Annette, you mentioned about the girl that was, or the lady that was being blackmailed. So the law makes provisions for even maybe computer extortion, trying to get somebody's image and trying to extort something from the person and say, if you don't do this, I'm going to do that. You know, it's the protection is there. It's just like I said, the awareness is what is lacking. And in our advocacy, like, I'm just going to say this, and I would like Manik and others that work on the data innovation bit to talk about more on the security that they provide. But in looking at in advocating for data innovation or digital innovations, I think it's essential that we always have provisions or sessions or modules on online safety and privacy. It's a very, very important component, because even us every day, we violate privacy rules. We sign up for things, we sign up for certain apps that we agree. We don't know what part of our information is going out. Our phones are recording us every day. Like I said, you take your picture today, I send it to Annette. Annette can actually go through and know where the location. So these are things that we are not aware of as individuals. And as technology advances, we are exposing ourselves more. And I think it's very important that, like I say, in our advocacy, that this information goes out there. We talk about the law. We talk about how to protect yourself online, how to protect yourself in terms of what information you should put there, how you should approach things. And I think it would help a lot as we continue to grow as a country that is welcoming digital technologies and digital transformation. Thank you.
So much, Yami, for that. And this will take me to my next question, and this is for Manik. What is your take on putting legal safeguards for consumer privacy in the private sector?
Good afternoon, everyone. I actually thought I was going to be the first panelist that will sit on a panel and leave without talking. So, okay, it was just between the two of them, and I was waiting. I mean, I was beginning to take offense. So. Okay. But so can you repeat that again?
What is your take on putting in legal safeguards for consumer privacy in the private sector?
So for me, I think there has to be a fine line between privacy and protecting consumers, and also not stifling innovation. Understand? Because we always talk about, okay, privacy, 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 which is fine. But I think the main thing is that it has to do with consent. So for example, iPhone recently has an update that any app you install, it will ask you to click whether you want to allow it to track your activities on other apps and so on. Understand? Which I think it's really cool. But and for someone like me, I always accept. Understand? Because I'm lazy. I don't want to think about what I want to buy, track my spending habits, and recommend for me what you think I will like. You understand? And that's just me. You understand? But I think in that case, having it's good to have laws to protect consumers, but I think it's also important to make sure that it doesn't stifle innovation. Understand? So earlier they talked about charging people, 1 million, 10 million, and so on. So I really hope I don't fall into that category. But which I think it's okay. Understand? I think it's okay. It's not okay for people to take your information and use it without your consent. Understand? But I think that are taking that teacher's class, or pay me so that I can adjust your grade. I have access to your grade and so on. But these are some of the challenges we have to face. So one of the things we did is that for every software, every product we put out there, we have to now do constant training, constant education or raising awareness. Just letting them know of the challenges. So the teacher might not think of it as a big deal. Understand? Oh, this is a student I trust. Take my username and password. Help me enter this, and so on. I'm not too conversant with technology, but they need to understand what are the implications of that. What are the implications of that student who's probably not in your class seeing the grades of everyone else? That's personal information. So we are not using the data for anything yet. And so I don't want to get there yet. So, yeah. But at least we do have challenges with just people oversharing. And with Aprijula, it's the same thing. So you just have someone who has their financial records, but then call up a niece, a nephew, or just a neighbor that is more educated and try to, okay, can you help me input this data? And so on. So we try to find ways around it. If you are not educated, how do we help you navigate the platforms without needing someone help? You understand? So if you're not educated, okay, can we use audio? Can we use color coding? And we did a lot of research, and a lot of people say, oh, okay, I know for a fact that when I see red, it means don't go there. When I see green, it means go, and so on. So we started to use color coding to help those that are not or semi-literate or not literate to navigate the platforms, and also audios to just click it, it speaks to you in Mandinka or in Wolof, and then you can navigate just so that you don't overshare, because that's also one of the challenges.
For making clarity on that. My next question will go to Mariam. Given project has been actively involved in organizing events around data protection in the Gambia, as well as actively participating in such in regional and international fora. What is your take on data innovation and privacy within the Gambia context? Do you think our ecosystem is ready for such legislation or not? Why?
Okay, I hope you stay here. Good afternoon, and thank you for having me here. Mr. Alisa was supposed to be here, but unfortunately he's out of town. That man is always flying up and down. So thank you for having me here. But he's always flying up and down, no? And with regards to your question, yes, I think that the world of data is changing constantly. Every day, every hour, and new innovations are happening globally and in the Gambia as well. For instance here, they have the Jangalma innovation and the Afrijula and all of these things. And if you ask me, I think data innovation and data privacy are interlinked, and there's a very thin line between the two. Because when we use the example of collecting data at a hospital, for example, that Mr. Amadou Bah mentioned here, when you go to a particular hospital one time, say they have an electronic system that collects your data so that when you come the next time, it's already accessible to you. That's a very innovative thing, and it makes work easier for you, and it just makes the whole treatment process faster. But then how is it being kept? Is it being kept safely? And is it just that hospital that has access to that, or is it accessible to other hospitals as well? And those are things that, do you want other hospitals to have access to it? For instance, if I choose to go to the Edward Francis Hospital and give them this information and to input it in their electronic system, do I want the Canifin Hospital to have it as well? I may have a reason that I would not want that, and these things, they all apply to privacy as well. So if you ask me as well, I think in the country, in the Gambia, we collect too much data. Honestly, we collect too much data, and some of them are very unnecessary, and it might even become hard for people who are collecting this data to analyze it at the end of the day. You go to get an ID card or a passport, and they ask you not just your information, they ask you about your parents, where they're from, when they were born. Why do you need all of that? And this information, we don't know who's collecting it. The general public don't know that. We don't know where it's going. We don't know whether it's been sold or not. And I think that, if you ask me, I think that it's important that we have the bill, especially the privacy bill right now that's still not been enacted, I think it's important that we stop dragging the bill and make it a reality in order to safeguard our privacy, because I don't want my information to go everywhere. I don't know who it's going to. I don't know why it's going to that person, and that just has it's a whole mess. It's a mess if you ask me. Yeah.
Okay. And I'm still sticking with you, Mariam, because this will take me to my next question. Because we know Give One Project has been very active in civic engagements over the years. How would you see Give One Project engaging the public to create awareness around data innovation and privacy? And how do you see this affecting the everyday lives of the Gambians?
Sorry. Yeah, Ami was just asking me a similar question about whether we hold trainings for online safety. And we've worked with Ismaila and Amadou on certain things. We've had Zoom meetings about how to stay safe online. But the thing is, the ecosystem really, some of us are still new to digital economy, some of us don't even have digital literacy skills. Many of us, we don't have that. And you see there are people who go to school, there are young people who are using social media and all of this, and they don't know how to stay safe online. We give out too much information. He mentioned about how we, when we download apps, they're like terms and conditions, and we're all too lazy to read. I swear, even I don't read the terms and conditions. I just agree. And some of these terms and conditions that are listed, we don't know what they are. And perhaps if we did take time to read it, we would like, I might want to be on this app, but am I willing to give out this much of myself, this much information about myself to people that I don't even know? And so I think that Give One, really, we work on digital rights and data privacy and all of that. And I feel like holding more online safety programs and advocacy, and not just in rural Gambia, not just people who are educated and can use phones and everything, but people who are not privileged to be in this room right now. There are people who are not privileged to be in this room, people that are not privileged to watch it online as well. We still have to go back to them, because we're talking about the building a digital economy in the Gambia, and it's not just the people, it's not just us. There are 1,010 other people, 1 million over people really, who are also part of it and have to be included in data innovation and aware of being safe online. Yes.
Thank you very much for that, Mariam. And this will just make me open the floor for questions right now. Yes, Ismaila. Your hand has been itching for a while to answer question.
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ismaila, and I am a computer security researcher and also a cybersecurity officer with the Gambia government. Yeah, first of all, I am going to say something here. Now, I don't agree that hackers are bad people, and I completely disagree with anybody who said hacking is a crime. I believe that people have a misunderstanding of who a hacker is and what is hacking, and and then there is this obviously perception as of somebody who does hacking is bad. Like, I'm a cybersecurity professional and I'm a hacker. He's a hacker, right? I know a whole lot of people
Ismaila,
who are hackers.
Always say this at every conference that we
No, obviously, yeah, and then
you hack.
Yes, and then honestly, I just have to read this. I even have to type it out for people to understand. Now, a hacker is simply an uninquisitive, a critical thinker who solves complex problems with unorthodox means. These actions and methods by which these problems are solved, be they social, financial, economic, political, technological, or otherwise, is called hacking, right? So honestly, I think when we are drafting these laws, as the Gambia is a developing country, we tend to actually follow too much of what is happening outside. And then it goes to a point we even forget as to what are we expecting, right? The trends of next years or next 10 years or 50 years. Next 5 years, we will still have to come back and review these policies or these acts. Now, 2 weeks ago, the Department of Justice of US, reviewed the famous Computer Fraud Act, which obviously was used to actually prosecute famous hackers around the globe to actually allow good faith hacking. Now, everybody here have been talking about where our data is stored. You don't trust government. Government will never tell you, look, your data is being protected, and then you just sit over there. And then those consultants that you are referring to, they are paid millions of dollars. Still now, we are still talking about taxpayers' money. Now, as of the world today, we have hackers around the world. We call them computer researchers who looks into websites and some public informations. I'm not saying you infringe into people's privacy, right? Like, for example, I'm using my phone, and then Manic put something on their website. That is a public information. So for me to access INSY's website, I want to know whether they're using TLS, right? That is research. So if they are not using it, I can actually refrain myself from using their website. That is called hacking, right? So as we are developing laws, I believe we need to actually start considering that, look, these hackers are human beings, and they're also in it for the good purpose. Thank you.
I need for the good purpose, though.
Maria, I saw Maria was telling him, Ismaila, you keep saying this in every workshops. I always have argument with Ismaila on this matter. Whenever I tell him, Ismaila, stop saying this, he'll be like, my boss, you are also a hacker. Do you understand? So for me, the term hacking, that is why if you look at the international scene, they came up with the term called ethical hacking.
My friend, I don't agree with that.
You understand? So coming up with the term ethical hacking, if hacking is legal, is legitimate, we would not have talk of ethical hacking. Yes, hackers are needed. They are in the market out there. People hire them, to do certain things for them. But most of the practices that hackers do is illegal. Is unauthorized access to people's privacy or organizations' information that you don't have the authority to have access to. That is why even in information security audit, or cybersecurity audit, or penetration testing, or vulnerability analysis or assessment, any of these things you are conducting, they tell you outright, you need a legal document that will warrant you, that gives you that legal mandate for you to conduct that particular act. And even in the IC Act, the Army will agree with me. It's just scanning somebody's network without his consent. It's a crime. You understand? So Ismaila, this is a philosophy that Ismaila believes in, and you can't change that. We have been pushing and pulling about this for the past 5 years. You can never change that. But honestly, if you're to be a hacker and you want to call yourself a hacker, be as much as you can to make sure that you are always ethical. I think that's what I would give as a giveaway.
Thank you. And I think ethical hacking is very important. Okay, Manique, go ahead.
Yes, so I actually agree with him, because there are a lot of terms that we just throw around, and it's important, like he said, for people to be educated on these terms and what they really mean. So, for example, people will tell you that Facebook is collecting your data, or WhatsApp is collecting your data, and so on, but they don't explain what that really means. So some users think that there's a person in Facebook sitting there that is just reading your message. You understand? And it scares them. You understand? I don't want to use Facebook again, or I don't want to use WhatsApp again because I'm sending a personal message and there's someone that is sitting there listening, looking at my personal message. So they don't understand what it means. So it's important when we say these things to educate people to know that when we talk about, Facebook is using your data, you understand? What does it mean? How are they using it? You understand? So if a lot of people understand that, it's just some computer code that is there, going through things to just make recommendations and so on, they wouldn't mind. But the way it's framed, some people will think that, oh, there's some person sitting there, my number one enemy, my village people are there just, looking at my WhatsApp and trying to, and it doesn't go that way. So it's important, like he said, for these things to also be clarified, so that people will understand and be able to make also better decisions.
Thank you very much, Manique. Yami, can you add to that? What exactly is the law saying in terms of what's called hacking in the Gambia?
From my lay person perspective, I think hacking basically means unauthorized access. And in terms of the IC Act, as long as it's unauthorized access to someone's computer or device, it's illegal. So I think that's why Amadou came up with the whole argument of ethical hacking. Maybe someone is allowing someone to access so they can test their security systems and all of that. That's that's a whole conversation on its own. But as long as you have unauthorized access to someone's computer, to someone's password or device, then it's illegal.
Kiyami, do we have any questions from the audience? Yes, there's one there.
Okay, good afternoon. My point is it's not going to be a question, but probably just to add on to what Amaru said earlier on. With respect to the story that he narrated, chasing that guy to take down the the YouTube video, and see now they are chasing him. Basically, as an employee of the SAT, that's one thing actually SAT do most of the time, or that's one of their basic one of the things they do mostly. Right now we are relatively new, about 1 year ago. So see now we still on at the teaching stage. Basically, some of the things that we currently doing is we're trying to partner with the big tech companies like Facebook, Google, and others through our partners. But right now, currently, we are a member of the Africa SAT, and we are trying to formalize our membership with FES. So what SATs can do in that aspect to take down the video is when you formally establish your collaboration or your relationship with the Africa Bureau, any complaint that comes within nationally, you can channel them through Facebook Africa Bureau or Google Africa Bureau, and then they will also do their investigation at their stage, and if it's genuine, then they will take it down. So basically, that's one thing we're looking forward probably in coming years or in coming months to work with them and then to see how best we can take it down, even when the person doesn't want to take it down. Okay? And we have also been working with private individuals who come to us with certain complaints from people, and then we're able to help them sort it out. So that's just one thing I wanted to add on to what Amaru's point. But right now, many people don't know us, but these are some of the events that we go and then probably put ourselves out there. So probably you can, for more information, you can. We have a website up and running this year. Started this year, so it's gmsat.gm. You can go online and then probably you'll see some of the things that we do. Even though it's not that much flashy, but yeah, there's some information that you can get or grab from there. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I am Sidhu Jane from Pura. I just need a clarification from Amadou and Ami, based on what Amadou has talked about the child underage who was taken to a room and there was a recording, and they were following up the case to make sure that video is down. So my question is, child underage, you yourself, you know that you are underage and you allow this. So in that scenario, what are you doing to that child? Because the child should know that this is wrong. So you cannot only hunt the guy who uploaded, but you should also make sure this young youth, they should know what they are doing. But if no action is done against them, they will keep doing it. And now to Ami, is about data protection. You know, data protection, if it's a law which is enforcing, you cannot only hunt for those who are just acting on this, but anybody who involves, coming back to what I told Amadou about the young, anybody under age, they also should be punished, because these things are not happening in their houses. They voluntarily go out and join to these activities. So they also should be, I don't know what the law says about that, or the data protection says about that.
Thank you very much, sir. I think, okay.
No, I'm not.
Wait.
I have another intervention before I go and pray. But Amadou can go ahead.
Amadou and Yami, I want you to answer this question from the guy.
Yeah, I think Siri, in the first place, you know, we all know kids, you know, as we used to say in our local language, you know, dindingo amang bulubana marabondinyoto. You understand? Meaning, a young child doesn't even know the difference between left and right. So you cannot whip a child because of a behavior that he or she did when he or she is underage. And secondly, the reason why this matter, it went to an extent when the boy wanted to defend himself, we even asked him to provide proof that a parent of the child has consented for the child to participate in that process. He cannot provide that. He was just saying, no, it was just verbal. It's just verbal, and the parents are not even aware of some of these events. So to say that, you know, the law should not only focus on the guy who uploaded the video, the child also should be punished, is completely out of it. That one, if any government want to do, even the United States want to do, we will take flight and go and protest in the US.
Thank you, Amadou, for that. Viren, you have a question?
Yeah, I think it's more of a comment, and I think maybe it's something that we should all take note of. So we've been talking a lot about the data protection and privacy bill draft, of course. Unfortunately, the Ministry of Justice rep just left. I wanted her to hear this. This topic is very important, data innovation, because it really touches on, for me, it touches on how data can be it sort of evolves how it can be used. So Amadou mentioned something about the banks and how they can use your data without your knowing. And that goes for everything. I'm sure all of you randomly receive SMSs from Africell or from QCell promoting some show or something or the other. And that was not what we signed up for when we bought SIM cards from these telecommunication providers. So I think the whole data innovation, it's great to innovate. Like what Manick said, we don't want to stifle innovation, but also at the end of the day, we also want to ensure that the data that we're providing is being used for only what we signed up for. And I think that is clearly stipulated in the bill, but what is not clearly stipulated in the bill is when it comes to data innovation. How is that data being used? It's not in that draft bill. And I think that is something that I don't want to say our learned colleagues, because they don't allow us to use that word because we didn't wear that gown and that very ugly wig. Sorry, Ami. But I think that is something that we need to really push for as a community today here. This should be in that draft bill. That bill is still in draft. Look over it, read over it. I've read over it several times. I don't see anything in there, any provision that touches on this. And this is equally important. And I think it's great that we're talking about it now. It's something that we should push for to be factored in the bill. So it's just a comment. So that's just something that we should all go back and read the bill. It is not that long. I hate reading as well. I'm a technical person, but it's actually a very important document that we all should read, because it's going to affect all of us in one way or another. Come now. It's already affecting our lives because we're all online. So innovation is great, Manjik, but we also need to be sure that when we put our data out there, it is equally safe. It is our data. It's ours. And I think that needs to be very clear. That consent is being sought because it's ours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Baron, for that. I think we have another question here. Oh, yeah, Ami wanted to make just 1 second. Let's have your.
Yes, so I'm not going to talk on the issue of underage. That's I think that's a given that people underage cannot give consent in any situation, regardless of what it is. In terms of data protection, I think the crux of the matter is, like, and I think Biran touched on this, is that your personal data is your, Sidu is not listening. So your personal data is yours, right? So, and once you're sharing it, it's simple. Let's not even try to complicate it. If I give my phone number to Manic, for Manic to be able to contact me, right? What personal data laws are saying is that Manic should only use it for that purpose, right? To communicate with me. If Manic wants to share my number with someone else, because that data is personal, it's mine, he needs to get my consent. So that's just a fair explanation. So this applies to everything else about you as an individual. Your name, your address, what you do. When you sign up to these apps, when you sign up for these whatever it is, basically you're saying is this information that I'm putting in, you can only use it for this. And I think we've said there have been even workshops or trainings where we've even talked about how we have all these workshops that we attend, and every day we go, we fill a form. But do we know what that information, because we put our Gmail, we put our email addresses, we put our phone numbers. Do you know? So what exactly is it being used for? Can that organization 2 years later send me information that has nothing to do with what I attended the workshop for? So these are questions that we need to ask, because all of it is dealing with data protection. Sorry, I know I'm just going. Taking a photo of me. Using the photo of a person anywhere public, you need the consent of that person. Taking the video of any person and using it anywhere outside of what was agreed, you need the consent of that person. So I think these are conversations. So when we're talking about it, I know sometimes we try to complicate things, but we just have to look at it in a very simple and simplified manner.
Work with people, so it depends on. So normally before we sign contracts, when we in proposals, we provide different options. Government agencies, to be specific, I know that they always insist on hosting their own data. So during the phase of development, deploying, testing, and so on, we can host the data and so on. But then afterwards, they always insist that they host the data. So we don't really have that issue with government agencies, because whatever we develop and it's done, then we sort of give everything to them. And the agreement is all the test data and so on that resides on our servers are destroyed. How we destroy it, whether they come to verify it, I mean, I'm not going to speak on that, but at least that's something that we agree on. But at INSYS Global, so we have a legal team. Well, we have a whole legal company. They are the in situations like this. If you sign a contract, it's binding. You have to understand that you will be liable for X, Y, and Z. So we defer those to the lawyers to advise us. But also, we're dealing with the clients. We let them know. We can offer you a software as a service where the data is with us. And most of them will have to come physically into the office, see where the data center is, see how the data is stored, and so on and so forth. Some will refer their IT guys to come in, ask a lot of questions, and so on. So we are open to just giving them as much information as possible so that they make an informed decision. But basically, we don't impose anything on them. We just give them options, and they choose. But with the government, to be specific, I know that every government agency or ministry we have worked with insisted that at the end of the project, they house their data. So we always send it to them. Same with the hospitals. So most of the hospitals we work with, they insist that the data is it's private, for privacy reasons and so on. So everything is hosted on their servers. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mani. I think this will be our final question for the session.
Yeah, actually, I don't have a question. I just wanted to make a few statements about this whole data issue. I am Mohamed Lamin Samate from the Ministry of Finance, the policy unit. I just wanted to make it clear when it comes to the issue of data. I think, to be honest, many people in this country don't take data serious. Because I've been doing some surveys with GBOS before joining the ministry. But even to collect, talking about publishing the data, you have to have the correct data first. When I went up country to collect some of these sustainable development goal data, the things that people are saying on paper and what is being collected is totally different. First, you have to collect the data properly. The data should be available. And how to use the data. I, as an economist, I think I should be able to get the proper data, sit in my office, and be able to analyze and make a decision of what is happening in Fatoto. But a lot of people in the combos don't know what is happening. A lot of people in the combos don't know there are people still out there in this Gambia that don't have access to basic drinking water, no electricity, in absolute darkness. I could not believe. So you can see we should be really passionate and take this issue of data so serious. Why is it that I, as a Gambian, don't know there's another person in Fatoto or in Basse or in Lamoy that doesn't have access to drinking water? That means there is no proper data collected. I think we should take this serious in the implementation process. Proper data should be collected. And people should be educated. Even we trying to collect the data was a problem. You will come to somebody to collect data and the person is trying to hoard data. And they will ask the question, is the government going to give us money? I tell you one thing, the government is not going to give you money. But through the data collected, we will know in Fatoto or in Lamoy, these people are in need of water than security, or there should be a priority list. And that is where the scale of preference comes in. So through the data, you can analyze and see this is what should come in place. This is the first thing we should tackle. But if that is not done, we will even publish access this data, and people will not even know the usage, and the proper data are not being collected. I want to take that up with the Ministry of Information and GBOS so that they can work hand in hand to be able to collect some of these data and collect it accurately. So that, because every country, every developed country have a proper and standard data collection. Without the proper data, we are just disturbing ourselves. Nothing is going to move. So I thank you all.
Thank you so much for that. I think the relevant authorities will hear this and take up the recommendation seriously. You mentioned Fatoto and the like. Just go to the West Coast here. Mahmuda village, they still have issue with clean drinking water on a daily basis. So. Good. So you see, even with the ones that are very close to us, they're still facing the same problems. So where exactly are we going wrong with the collection of data? And who's really having all this information and sitting on it? We need them, because that's the only way we can help each other in addressing some of the issues that we're facing on a daily basis. So on this note, I'll round up, and then would like to close this session for today, since we've already completed the program activities for the day. I think we'll wrap up here, and after lunch, everyone is free to go home. But before that, I'll invite Biran to give the final closing for the day's program. No.
I need this. I just want to say a few things, actually. All right, so I don't know, this is impromptu, but I'll make it short and sweet, because I'm sure you guys are all hungry. The Nyayans are here, and the people from Mundung are also complaining about food, so I'll make it quick. So thank you for staying for the entire time. Thank you for joining, and I'm stepping in on behalf of Khadija, who is the acting chair of the IGF. Though short notice, I think everyone knows that IGF is something that when you're in the policy space, is something that you're very passionate about when it comes to internet policy. Earlier today, we had a very interesting and lively session with Yaami and her colleagues from Article 19 regarding access to information, where we touched on how information needs to be accessible to the public when it comes to public sector. And I think not only in the digital sense, but also offline access. Just being able to access information that should be readily available is still really a struggle. So I'm going to go back to what Yaami said at the beginning of this session, is with regards to just implementation in general. I think it's great to have these kinds of gatherings. It's great that we come together and discuss the challenges. But what is the follow-up? I think that's where really the way we need to challenge ourselves more as the space where we come to discuss issues. IGF is not just about sitting and discussing policy issues or lamenting about our challenges or coming up with potential solutions or crucifying the odd person here or there because their ministry is not doing what they're supposed to be doing. But it's also about coming up with answers to those questions, and not only coming up with those answers, but following through with implementation. And I think that's where we all need to challenge ourselves. What are we going to do extra when we step out of this hall? What measures are we going to take? What working group are we going to join to ensure that some of these things that we discuss will be followed through? And I think that's a challenge for me, for you, for all of you. We should all challenge ourselves to really, truly walk the walk, by making sure that we help follow through with some of these recommendations. We put out a communique every year, but after we put out that communique, what happens? Nothing. Zilch. Nada. Until the next year, you send a flyer, we call another IGF. So I think what I'm going to close with is a challenge for me and for all of you. Before the IGF 2023, we're going to have a list of things in that communique tomorrow. At least challenge yourself and contribute to one of them. Thank you.
commission visa more concern.